outdoor entertainment discussions. So what I would say is and if the board wants to do it a different way, just say so. But the agenda item, it would be good to have the applicant and the immediate abutters be the ones that are talking, and anybody else who's just here as a general supporter or opponent, you can use public speak, but one or the other, not both. We will by policy have a 3-minute limit to individual public speak and a 30-minute total limit. With that, and for the people in remotely, we start with this room and get finished here, and then we get out to the Zoom room. So tonight, David, please.
Good evening, David Little. I stay here for the town meeting post-mortem, but that's past my bedtime. And I will keep this within your 3-minute limit. I would have wished we could have kept a 2-minute limit at town meeting, but that didn't work out very well. So I'm here regarding the sewer allocation article that was passed at town meeting. And I'm here as an engineer, and also because I was present at town meeting and heard some very important comments. And what I would like to say is that comparisons were made to Orleans and Chatham. Well, they're apples and oranges. They really don't work. Orleans has very large lot sizes. Chatham has very small lot sizes, down as much as 5,000 square feet. And I hate to talk about a special town meeting already, since we just ended the annual town meeting, but in the fall, I think it would be a good idea to look into giving the voters the opportunity to vote for an option. The woman that spoke from Lake Farm Road had some she was right on point for a number of reasons, and I know she wanted to amend the article, but she didn't. And I think that I'm not going to get to hook up to town sewer, but I would be more than happy to pay for 100% of the installation costs. And I think there were a lot of people at town meeting that would have done the same. And what I'd like to say is that if there is a way that we could bring this back, and I know we can because it could have been indefinitely postponed and still not had any ramifications upon the town. I think it would be nice to be able to give the town an opportunity to vote on the options, because from an engineering perspective, it's not going to be cheap for a lot of people in the town to hook up to sewer, and they're going to be mandated to do that. And sharing the cost among everybody for something that the entire town benefits from, I think, is important. So while it was fresh in all of our minds and hopefully fresh in the minds of people that are listening tonight, I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And good job, by the way, getting us out in one night.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Am I to understand that
What I was saying is, are you here for Barley Neck?
Yes.
If you're like one of the immediate abutters or the applicant itself, we'll do the agenda item. If you just want to say a general comment, please do it now. Okay. Anybody else for public comment in this room? Yes, ma'am.
Victoria Dalmas, would you like me to go now or later?
No, I think you with the agenda.
Okay.
And Mia, and anybody who is out in the Zoom waiting room, if you'd like to join for public comment, you need to raise your hand.
Okay, you have a raised hand up for 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Stein. Can you hear us? Because we can't hear you yet.
Oh, how's that?
That's good.
Oh, I just wanted to comment on the barley neck. I hope I'm not premature.
Oh, this is your moment.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll be really quick. I'm in a butter over at Windswept Condos. I really think we need to lower the emotional temperature of what's going on with this. I really like the BNI. I've eaten there many times. It's good. It's a good place. Last summer, as I wrote in a letter earlier, there was a lot of noise, and in the middle of the summer, it kind of went down. And I walked around the whole inn, and the speakers were all pointed north. As I pointed out, 4 speakers out of 6 or 7 were pointed north, and so it directed the music towards the northern abutters. And that explains why those are mostly the people who are complaining. It's less now, but it's really not fair to point the music in one direction and have it hit one group of people, even if they're a minority. It's analogous to, piling up your garbage on one side of your lot and one neighbor smells it and the other doesn't. So I just feel it's not fair. Pointing south will do the same problem. So I don't really see that as a solution. I think if you think of this as a thought experiment, supposing the lawn of the Barley Neck was a private lot and there was a home there, and the homeowner decided to play music out of a home stereo system, 4 hours, 4 days a week, and they were as loud as the BNI is, I think they'd be shut down pretty quickly because of breaking the noise ordinance. People would be able to hear it all over, and that person wouldn't be able to do it. So is it really fair that a business gets to do this and produce the same disturbance that if it were done by a private party, it would be shut down? That's how I see it. I really like the inn. I wish them every bit of good luck, and I wish them success. But I just see this as a disturbance which really is not, it's what licensing is about, to limit such a disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Anybody else out there, Mia?
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay, so if there's no one else in this room, then I'll call public comment to a close. And next up on the agenda, George, is you. And
Mia, if you would make Noor Azri a panelist and allow her to share screen, appreciate that. And I don't think there are other members of Streetsense there. So why don't I just set the stage? There's Noor. Hi, Noor. Welcome.
Hey.
I'm here with members of the Planning Board and with Streetsense, our consultant, to present to you the final draft of the Orleans Economic Development Plan. Last May, the town meeting authorized this study to look at existing conditions, evaluate market trends, and recommend an economic development strategy for the whole town. This plan fulfills those objectives. In a moment, we'll ask Noor to summarize ample research and public engagement process that led to 11 recommended strategies to improve and increase the vitality of the town and make it so that visitors and residents can get the goods and services they need and have an enjoyable experience. Streetsense is a solid firm with contemporary experience in economic development. We are very fortunate to have them. They spent time in Orleans, and I believe that they have come to know the town and understand and appreciate the unique characteristics of the community and have tailored the plan as such. So Nora's here tonight. I don't think there are any other Streetsense personnel. When she's done, she's going to give you about a 10 or 15 minute quick summary of a lot of material, and then we'd be glad to hear your comments or answer any questions. And if you're comfortable, since this plan has been online for about a month and a half and has been amply presented in public, if you're comfortable, we would seek your endorsement so that we can start planning for implementing the plan itself. With that, I'll turn it over to Nora if you're ready.
I should be able to share my screen, right, George?
Yes, you can.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. I know I can see that screen. Is everyone in this room able to see, participate?
I think.
Would you like to show it on the big screen there?
I'm just asking a question, that's all.
You can tilt the screen.
Yeah, okay, let's just see if this could help.
And Mia, people at home can see right from their computer screen, correct?
Yes, they can.
This is not going to fall when I tilt it, right?
Shouldn't.
Put one hand underneath, just in case.
Well,
They're
as far
mounted
as it
very
goes.
securely.
thank you, George.
Looks like we're ready to go, so I'll sit down and watch.
Thanks, George. And thank you, Select Board, for giving us the opportunity to report back and share the progress that we've made over the last few months on the Economic Development Plan. I think this is an exciting point, particularly post-pandemic or sort of pandemic recovery stage, to think about the opportunities for economic development growth and where we can sustain economic activity within the town. I just wanted to start off with a really quick recap on the process and approach for those who are unfamiliar with what we've been embarking on these last few months as a team. Our process really started with an immersion discovery and diagnostic of everything that's happening within the economic environment of Orleans, as well as the county. There are a lot of economic trends that occur within a very small geography, particularly a town like Orleans is really influenced and impacted by what's happening at the larger scale or more regional scale across the county. So what we did in our first couple of phases of work was really try to uncover some of the shared challenges and opportunities across the Cape and across the town in each of your commercial nodes that really impact job growth and job diversity, as well as commercial real estate performance. We looked at a number of different things in this diagnostic and assessment. We looked at the conditions of your physical environment within each of your economic clusters. We looked at understanding who the customer base is. And of course, unlike not dissimilar to a lot of other communities across the Cape, you do have a really unique customer base when we think about year-round visitation, as well as local residents. You sort of have to balance the two, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. We also looked at your administrative capacity, and when we say administrative capacity, we're really talking about the regulatory environment, some of the financial and technical resources that are available to businesses and property owners in the area, as well as who's leading economic development. It was a really key question for us, and always a key question, because at the end of an economic development planning process, we want to make sure we leave you with a guiding document that is actionable and can be taken and moved forward. And we need to really establish who moves the plan forward and who begins implementation once the plan is adopted. So we took a look at, we looked at an assessment of your stakeholders and key organizations on the ground, both voluntary, both paid, who are doing some of this work. And then lastly, with the business environment, what we did was really assess your business clusters or economic clusters, where we are seeing economic activity come together in a lot of your nodes. Obviously, the village center being one, Route 6A, where it sort of intersects with your waterfront area, or what we're calling your town core Route 6A waterfront area, as well as a number of other economic clusters that we'd had identified in the first phase of work. All of that to say is that information that we gathered in the first two phases helped us identify where some gaps lie and where some opportunities are in your economic performance that enabled us to develop a set of actionable policy programs and capital investment recommendations for the town. If you managed to get a chance to look through the draft plan, as George mentioned, there's quite a long list of recommendations we made, and even that was sort of shortlisted from a much longer list of things that we thought needed to happen to move the economic development needle in the town, and make sure it remains competitive with other towns in the region. Each recommendation in that plan was developed pretty strategically and methodically. We wanted to make sure that we're not leaving the town with general ideas or broad ideas. We wanted to make sure they're action-oriented statements, and that we're laying out for you chronological steps that we think the town needs to take over the next few months and years to achieve the strategy. And we've also identified partners and resources at both the local level, but at state level. We've done work across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in our very familiar with state grant programs and technical resource programs that we've identified the town might need to go after in order to be able to implement some of these actions. We've also included best practices for some of these strategies, just to make sure that we're really benchmarking Orleans against other similar destinations, or destinations that we think, are sort of benchmark locations and strategies that we're seeing very effective and successfully implemented in other places that we think, would do very well for Orleans to try to match or even surpass in order to remain competitive in the market. We also wanted to just mention and just remind the select board of how the process was also community driven. The recommendations in the plan weren't plucked out of thin air. We sort of had to, invest some time in engaging with stakeholders across a different set of interest groups. When we started this process, we came into town, spent a number of days to do a physical assessment, as I mentioned before, of your economic assets and clusters. And as part of that process, also held some in-person focus groups with local stakeholders, ranging from folks who are involved heavily in the arts and culture, to business owners and folks who are, very involved in the real estate development in the local community, as well as others who impact, the environment and quality of life in town through voluntary committees and organizations and grassroots groups as well. So we sort of had a chance to touch stakeholders across some of these different interests. We held outreach through, email newsletters, and that newsletter list, George now has and has grown over the last few months, and we hope will continue to be a base for, communication with important stakeholders who either own property or businesses and should continue to be engaged through implementation as well. And over the first two phases, that email list has grown to 132 local stakeholders, 55 who were interviewed one-on-one or through the focus groups that we held early on in the process. At the sort of third phase or final phase, as we were drafting the plan, we wanted to make sure that we also gave folks an opportunity to provide feedback on priorities for the plan. So about 112 responses to a community survey were received earlier in February of this year, in which we got, pretty high approval ratings on some of the areas we wanted to focus on in that economic development plan. So even before we began drafting those recommendations and strategies, we wanted to make sure that we were going in the right direction and that we were getting support of local community stakeholders. So, I wanted to highlight here just some of the strategies that, are in the plan that help address middle housing challenges, to tackle labor in the market. About 65% of those community survey responses, really agreed that that was a main challenge that needed to be addressed. The management and protection of Orleans' local natural asset was also, heavily approved and agreed upon by survey respondents. Everyone sort of shared the sentiment that in order for us to be able to foster economic development across different industry sectors, we needed to also balance that with the management and protection of the natural assets that actually, in fact, influence economic activity in Orleans. We also got really high approval ratings on, strategies that would help create memorable experiential offerings for both residents and visitors to reinforce some of the retail activity that's occurring in town. We absolutely understand that Orleans, serves as a commercial hub in the region, and we want to continue to build on that. But we also understand that the retail industry is sort of changing, and there are a lot of new concepts and different kinds of products and services that are now out there that we need to make sure Orleans is open to business for. So we wanted to make sure that we had a North Star or a guiding force for some of the strategies. So we developed, sort of the vision and guiding principles that really help inform the strategies and recommendations in the draft plan. We want to take stock of where we are today and what we want to be tomorrow, and that's really the vision for this economic development plan. As I mentioned before, we are really high agreement amongst community respondents around, making sure we're protecting and preserving our natural assets, even as we think about economic development that's really important to the vision of Orleans, so that it may be able to sustain year-round outdoor recreation, which is a really huge sector, economic sector for not just Orleans, but the region as a whole, and making sure that it also is able to support a thriving blue economy. And when we talk about this term blue economy, which you'll see repeated across the economic development plan, we've actually sort of defined it as including both the light blue and dark blue industries. The dark blue industries are industries that are fully reliant on being located by important bodies of water, the ocean, your rivers, your lakes, your coves, waterfronts, and the light blues are sort of secondary to the location, your water bodies. So your lodging that's typically co-located or close to a water body that really benefits from being close to that. Your retail businesses or arts and culture and entertainment that sort of complement what's happening on your waterfront and the activities that occur on the waterfront and that mine different materials from your bodies of water as well. So there's much more information on that definition, and I know the town, is really interested in pursuing a further study of the impact of the blue economy. So we're really glad to see that effort move forward. And then attainable year-round downtown living destination. This goes back to that sort of agreement that we need to address that middle housing challenge, not just for serve as industry employees, but some older residents who are looking to downsize as they age, or even families and young professionals that are looking for smaller homes. We want to make sure that there's a destination for both, for all those different types of residents, so that we can create a year-round downtown residential base. And then finally, making sure that we continue to build Orleans as a commercial hub and an arts and cultural center, the Cape. So these guiding principles, very similar to some of those statements in the vision, are outlined here so that we were able to make sure each strategy and each recommendation addressed one of these, at least one or more of these guiding principles. So as I go through some of the recommendations here very quickly this evening, you'll see that each one sort of correlates to achieving one or more of these guiding principles as well. Each strategy, like I mentioned before, was really developed methodically. If you go through the draft plan, we made sure that we provided as much detail and information as possible so that, as our team leaves the plan in the very good hands of the town staff, the select board, the planning board, that clear actions can be taken and that we've identified who the key partners and implementers might be as well. So very quickly, just running through some of these recommendations. There's far more information in the actual draft plan that's been made available online that we had presented publicly at the planning board meeting last month, and open to public feedback as well this last week or so, week and a half or so. There's far more information in that, so I do highly encourage anyone who's interested in any one of these recommendations or strategies, or who thinks they might be able to support the town in implementation, to read in further detail what the key actions might be. But just for purposes of this evening, to go over in quick summary, under the guiding principle of promoting growth in the village center and at the town cove, Route 6A waterfront, we're really talking about two key strategies here, focusing on preserving commercial density and building residential density at the village center. And again, this is to help address that missing middle housing challenge for middle income households, downsizers. And some of the key actions we identified for us to help achieve this strategy is to adopt some of the specific recommendations that were already outlined in the 2015 Cape Cod Commission Route 6A Orleans Reset Study to help incentivize and encourage property owners and developers to leverage the residential redevelopment opportunities that are now available. I know we spoke with a few property owners and everyone's sort of waiting on the sewage infrastructure to go in. But I think there are a number of regulatory changes that were already previously recommended in that study that, we can continue to adopt. Creating a publicly facing web page on the town's website. I think this goes back to, a lot of information on town processes might not be as transparent. It requires calling in and speaking directly to George or someone at the planning department to better understand the ropes and the hoops that need to be, gone through to go through redevelopment. So creating that publicly facing web page with all of that information clearly provided to property owners can really help ease the development process as well. And then partnering with a CDFI or a community development financial institution to help establish a flexible bridge or low interest loan program for property owners that are acquiring sites in the village center and that can help sort of promote this residential and commercial density in the area. And then in the long term as well, as we think about growing that residential or commercial base right at the village center, we also have to make sure that the infrastructure or the utilities are available to folks living and working in the area. And enhancing broadband access is one critical piece of that. And partnering with Open Cape to create a shared gigabit and wide area network that's very similar to other towns in the Cape is also going to be critical for long-term growth in the village center. Around creating memorable seaside town experiences, some of these strategies are really focused on how can we grow visitation to the village center, whether it's creating an anchor destination, which the village center currently lacks. And, in some communities that might be a cinema or it might be a theater. In the case of Orleans, we're really thinking about a sort of a cultural hub that would house a number of different arts and cultural organizations or even community organizations that are looking for new facilities as well. So as part of that, obviously the town will need to conduct a needs assessment and feasibility study to determine demand for cultural hub. That's not uncommon or unheard of. A number of towns across the Commonwealth are embarking in this model of a cultural hub as an anchor destination rather than your typical cinema. And we all know the cinema is, sort of a dying trade across the country. So we have to think sort of out of the box when we're thinking about that anchor destination. The brand and marketing plan, we heard this loud and clear from your business owners as well as your art galleries and arts and cultural organizations, and around really creating a common brand and marketing plan for the town of Orleans. And that includes, creating a brand collateral package that all of the different organizations on the ground can use to communicate who Orleans is to the customer or to the new audience, and marketing the town in a very common and succinct way as well. And then finally, in the last two here are really around your public spaces and your hotel and hospitality assets, two things that really drive visitor experiences as well as local residents experiences. When we think about, downtowns and successful main streets, we're thinking about public spaces that have year-round and active engagement and placemaking as well. So as part of our recommendations, it's really about establishing a public space technical assistance and grant program that just simply empowers some of the local groups that are already doing really great work around placemaking and activating public spaces. With enhancement of development of hotel and hospitality assets, this might be a much longer term recommendation or strategy, and we've seen this become a really important tool, economic development tool for towns that really have to balance the needs of visitors who are expecting higher quality lodging products when they come to a new destination or tourism location. And so this is really about financial incentives, whether that be a grant or a low interest loan, to help some of your hotel, motel, or inn owners renovate existing properties to provide a better visitor experience as well. Around reinforcing Orleans as the commercial hub, we really want to focus on strategies that would help enhance business development and business activity in town. So the first being developing a small business technical assistance program to help the entry of new and experiential focused tenants. So, we're thinking about that change in the industry as a whole, in retail industry as a whole, and moving from just product purchase in stores to people coming into store to experience something new. And those types of new business concepts, they're newer to the market, and so they're not so tried and tested, and might need some help with technical assistance or initial financial support to get them up and running. And we've seen, the model of the micro grant and the technical assistance seminar series work for business owners, and we think that this needs to go beyond just entrepreneurs and businesses in Orleans, but across the Cape as well, so that Orleans really positions itself as a place to do business. And then secondly, partnering with a higher education institution to develop either a blue economy or a hospitality and skilled trades workforce training program, so that we begin to build the homegrown year-round skilled labor pool that or not just Orleans, but a lot of other towns in the region really need moving forward. A lot of the economic contraction and slowdown has really resulted from the lack of access to quality labor and skilled labor. And so building that pool locally will really position Orleans as a competitive place to do business as well. And as I mentioned before, we did a quick assessment of administrative capacity and who's running economic development or doing the economic development work currently. We found one of the main challenges is that you have a really wide range of mostly volunteer groups who are sort of engaged in economic development. Maybe not really, that's not their main focus, but they do it just as a byproduct of the work they do. Your arts and cultural organizations being one, your Chamber of Commerce being another, which really functions as a marketing organization for the town. And so the challenge here is making sure that there's someone who's a leader of economic development at the town level that can really sort of shepherd all of these different organizations so that everyone's working towards the same goal and the same vision, and using the right tools and resources available. In a lot of cases in Massachusetts, and particularly in Barnstable County, the town might adopt a full-time economic development manager role. In some communities, they acknowledge tourism as their main economic driver, and so they name that position the tourism director. There's a number of ways that we can sort of format and label this role, but really the goal here is to have someone shepherd and lead economic development and business attraction and retention for the town. And that person should really be overseen by an economic development board or commission, which currently the town of Orleans does not have. Secondly, it's really about making sure that this manager, whether it's an economic development manager or a visitor experience director, whatever we call that person, has the tools and resources to work and use in order to implement some of the strategies in this plan. And that really means setting aside that economic development fund to support the implementation of some of your priority strategies. There's a number of ways to do this. We've outlined a couple of methods you can do that. In the draft plan, it's really a special account that's really committed to economic and visitor experience activities as well. You might want to leverage a short-term rental community impact fee. That's one option, or using a portion of your marijuana sales tax receipts. In some towns, it's taking a portion of food taxes and meals taxes as well. And then finally, the importance around managing and protecting your natural assets. You want to make sure that we're creating as low an impact as possible on your natural assets, and that means increasing the different ways that people are able to access your waterfront and the water bodies of water in town. That's through creating pedestrian or bike connections that connect some of your seaside assets to the village center or to the rail trail. Increasing public access to Town Cove waterfront for pedestrians or cyclists, more so than vehicular traffic. And then finally, enhancing the existing town landings and commercial fishing infrastructure that's available in town, so that we can continue to preserve the fishing activity in town and any other blue economic activity as well. So that's sort of a quick summary here, and I'm afraid I'm sort of going over time as well. But I wanted to leave you as well with, what does that look like as far as a timeline goes with implementation, right? I think some of the comments that we've already received from select board members, planning board members is, this is a great plan. There's a lot of information in it, and there's a lot of next steps and chronological order of things that need to happen. How do we get started and get running with some of the items in this plan? So you've also outlined sort of a brief schedule, and obviously this should really be treated as a working document for the town as you move forward with implementation. But just as a starting point, what do we need to establish in the first 12 months or so of this plan to get started on a number of other things that may be contingencies on the initial steps here. So this is sort of a suggested timeline for implementation that we've already sort of presented to planning board and the community. And I wanted to leave this here, the discussion this evening here today.
So I do want to say that there's a lot of material, as you can tell, and the slides were not intended for public display because you can't read them all. But this is all on the town website, and we would welcome any comments. And this is a plan. This is a guide to help the town move forward on its highest priorities. I'd be glad to hear any comments you might have, or if any action that you want to take.
If I could just start off, in terms of having input with this plan, what is the best way to do it? Is it to do it through you and the planning board and have the discussion there rather than here, which I think is going to be kind of off the rails a little bit?
Our consultant is very close to wrapping up the project. We had a 10-day open comment period after the planning board meeting, so they will only receive one substantive comment there. They'll finalize the draft, and it's a final draft. We intend to march it around and present it succinctly to other organizations in the town that should hear it, like the Chamber of Commerce. That has not happened yet, but the planning process is done, and we'd appreciate your encouragement to move forward so we can go to the next step.
Anybody else?
I have a ton.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you go first.
go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, well, and I say this, thank you, Nora, and your team, because especially referencing things like the reset study, which I believe the Select Board never really got to hear. And so the synthesis of past planning documents and efforts to bring us right up to today is fantastic. I just want to clarify, and I think it's a symptom, your reference to a light blue economy also, a subset of that might be the creative economy and some of the initiatives that we need to synthesize locally with work that's being done, and so we understand the difference between activities that are physically located next to water resources and statewide initiatives and partners like the cultural district, like micro-lending and business support programs with the CDP, tools that we have. So I'm thrilled and hope we move ahead with this because it was so beautifully articulated and it is doable for us once we translate it.
Michael? Yeah, nice to see you again, Nor. I met you on the first day. I attended all the sessions. I think Kevin was there too for a good 5 hours. So thank you. It's nice to see this plan develop. But I do have some concerns. As George said, we have not met with the Chamber of Commerce yet. They represent 274 businesses in our town, which is surprising if we're putting an economic development plan, and we have not even sat with them at the table. So we discussed back. Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, just for so I don't want to leave that impression.
Right.
I don't think it's correct.
Okay, so you've met with the Chamber of Commerce.
We have the Chamber of Commerce is in transition to a new leadership, and I've met with Lisa a couple times, and I asked Lisa at every juncture to make sure she sent the material and the links to the things we're talking about, including the survey material, directly to all their members. So I think we've given them an opportunity to participate, and sometimes they're their lack of participation says they're comfortable with the direction it's going. I believe that Lisa Simonson is here online, and she'd probably be glad to make a comment to that effect. You do have a letter from the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce indicating their strong support for this plan. They believe the combination of the wastewater efforts and the housing changes that have been enabled in the downtown with this plan are really conducive to good, smart growth long term. So I just didn't want to leave that impression that we did not reach out to the chamber. We certainly did.
Okay, but we, from my understanding, even though they're in transition, they still have their president, and you guys have not sat down with the chamber in a meeting.
Right.
You've sent them a survey. I just want to be clear, there was no meeting.
Yeah, this is a town plan, not a Chamber of Commerce plan.
No, I got that.
Member
I got
organization. So we tried to make it as broad-based as we could in the input the planning board received.
But I think we also talked about at the beginning, when we had the first meeting, to also maybe include the farmer's market in the discussion. And they bring 28,000 people to downtown Orleans on a Saturday morning annually.
Absolutely.
And they never got a seat at the table to have a discussion. And I know we're revitalizing Town Cove, which I think is a great idea, but did we sit with Coscom, who owns those 3 properties that are town properties that border Town Cove?
Who's that? With
Conservation Commission.
No, the
Because they
Conservation
manage
Commission
those.
was invited to the table. The planning board is a volunteer organization. We had a scope of services we worked with, and we did the best we could to get ample input. And I think it's fair to say, and Nora could certainly elaborate, that when we got input, whether it's at the workshop level or the stakeholder level, that was incorporated into the plan. It's, these kinds of generalized plans are inclusive. When there are good ideas, they're immediately built into the foundation of the plan. I'm pretty comfortable that we've heard from the people who wanted to let us know what they were thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just add to that we met with Lisa in person while we were in town, and she actually walked us through district, and we had conversation around what her priorities were and what she thought some potential opportunities are within town. So we did have a pretty in-depth conversation with her initially.
Was that on the first day when you guys arrived and you were touring around?
Yes, exactly. And then subsequent to that, obviously, that long stakeholder list of outreach also included Lisa. So she was provided all of the documents. In each of our communications moving forward, we had included links to all the draft plan, the draft diagnostic, the final diagnostic. All of those were included with our communications that went out to the team. We never got a chance to speak with Farmers Market. They were included on the list of outreach. We never heard back from them. So that would be one area that I'm sure George would, moving forward, would love to find some way to engage with them on the plan.
Okay. Did we consider, I know in the Town Cove, was it brought up, I see in a lot of suggestions here, but was it brought up that we could possibly limit not fog cutter, the Lost Dog to the Rotary, maybe limiting that to 1 lane? Has that been discussed before and prior to?
That was the state actually brought that up when they were doing the roundabout at the Howard Johnson's Fog Cutter Lost Dog location. And that was summarily dismissed at a public meeting with very little discussion. So the town at the time felt that all 4 lanes were necessary there and that there should be no change to that. But boy, if you look at the average annual traffic and the potential to really make it work in a safer, more orderly fashion, I think there is opportunity there.
Yeah, I think maybe it's time we could revisit that. I mean,
Sure,
it's
and
only a half-a-mile stretch.
And while that's related to economic development, that's primarily a transportation improvement, and it's a state project, so we pursue a state tip project for that.
Right, which will take time.
Yeah, right.
I think we can, okay. So I do want to say, I'm glad we're doing this plan, but I think it's early stages, and I really hope you do get to meet with those major stakeholder groups, and it's not just sending an email. We're actually, picking up the phone and getting in a room, and because since I've been here, I've met with the chamber probably about 4 or 5 times, and I think they're available with some of their key businesses. That's what I just want to make sure, our key businesses in this town. I was at those meetings. There wasn't a lot of representation of some of the biggest employers in this town, which would be nice to have their input. And I've said it before, but just sending out surveys and just sending out emails, may not be the best way to engage going forward. It's nice to have for the people who are responsible, but all of us are very busy. When things hit our inbox, if we pick up the phone, get face-to-face like we're all doing right now, we can actually move the needle in a big way. So that's,
Thank you.
thank you.
Kevin?
I do have a few, and just follow up on that one. I think where Michael's going is something I firmly believe in. Folks are exhausted with surveys, let's be honest. We have to go to them. You have to go to the farmer's market on Saturday morning, meet with the people. You have to go to an event at the chamber. You have to go to a gallery. We got to do that stuff. I think that's the other thing that was lacking in this. And again, Noor, your team did an awesome job. I participated in many of the sessions, the way you ran things professionally, incredibly good listening folks you are. So there's no bias at all in this. So I really think the results are very well done. The one thing that's missing is some data. I don't think you are doing the town justice or your work if you don't put some preamble that says, just give us a snapshot, a one-page up front that says the economic activity as of 12/31/21 in the following sectors, categories, is as follows. Because I do think, as your timeline shows, we'll be back at this revisiting how did it go in 8 to 10 years, and I think having that snapshot of what conditions look like today. Total tax base, number of businesses, large, small, total revenues, landings in the, fisheries, just put some data in there just to say, what the conditions on the ground are. Starting at the grouping of categories, you've got the one area, again, and this is not a criticism, but I think to do justice for what's going on in the community, you have got to include recognition of the community center study that's underway. You've got to not show that you've done this in a vacuum. It's out there. I was at a meeting where it's been shared, so please burn that in here. Don't say we've got to do a new undertaking. Please say we recognize there is a community center study underway, and it could include some of your recommendations, because I think there really needs to be overlap with that. And the other one that I think, particularly from a standpoint of encouraging cultural hubs for both art, music, entertainment, training, we have a need right from you guys in this plan to say we promote the old firehouse renovation project. I mean, it's not mentioned in here anywhere. And we know the select board's promoted it. We know it's funded, it's designed. We just need to put the thing out to bid. So I think a real solid support from you guys in this to say that meets the objectives of this would really be good. And the other thing, and it's scattered throughout, is, again, the blue economy, the deep and the light. I think folks should know, if you didn't go to town meeting, to just try to take what we heard in this plan and delve deeper into what that means in terms of quantifying it. The methodology is there. We heard the speaker at town meeting shoot it down by saying Falmouth already did. Well, we got a methodology, but we still need people to get into the data, put it together so we can make it useful. That was not in Streetsense's work. They made that very clear. But I do think if you beef that up a little bit to say we need to bring that back, fall town meeting, and the reason why we need to do it, because I don't think we did a good job selling it. So I'm kind of asking your help to help sell it in the fall. And other than that, really great job.
I did want to just very quickly mention, thank you for those comments. I think the diagnostic document, I'm not sure, George, if that was disseminated to the select board, but that was the assessment that included a little bit of the market data that you start to mention around number of businesses, right. the blue economy piece as well, like how many businesses there are and the volume of traffic that generates. That was all sort of communicated through the diagnostic document that was pre-planned. So I highly encourage looking at that piece if that wasn't already sort of distributed to the select board. And then in the much more detailed draft plan, we have made mention of the overlaps with existing studies, including the community center piece, as well as the work that the pedestrian and Transportation Committee that they're doing with all of the improvements to, bike and pedestrian infrastructure. So we have definitely make mention. I want to thank Alice, actually, who's planning board member here on the call, who, made sure that we included some of those existing studies as well. Just to call out that, this has been communicated with existing things going on. And I know there's the Governor Prince study. We've actually met with the consultant team there, and they have a copy of both the diagnostic assessment as well as this draft plan that they're, I'm sure, using to inform some of their work there as well. So as far as making sure we're aligning all these plans, wanted to make sure that we communicated that we've done our best in terms of doing that.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I just had a small comment for George. One nice thing I forgot is this partnering with the school districts. We were lucky enough, Kevin and I and the Finance Committee scheduled a visit to Cape Cod Tech. And it was extremely impressive what they're doing there. And I'm sure they would be happy to meet with you. They don't do, I don't think, K through 12, and we don't probably want our servers that age at K, but I would definitely get them in the loop as soon as possible. And I think they can partner with us and bring us some great entry level. They've already been doing it with the trades and HVAC and things like that, that kids are going right at 18 into the workforce, and it's helping. So
They are a great resource. I have personal experience with them, top notch to get people in the fields that pay off immediately.
and that
Absolutely.
culinary department there is great. Their service, hospitality, so.
No, you're all set, right, Mark?
I'll wait until Andrea finishes, because I think between the three of my colleagues here, they probably cover all the questions I had, but if not, I'll chime in at the end.
I already went.
Yeah.
I thought you had another one. I'm sorry.
I can talk forever, you know that.
Okay, the one thing I have looked at for a long time, I've never really had a long discussion with anyone about it, I don't think, though, is as we look at creating the walking village in downtown, and all the activities that we want to take place there, there's always that thing, at the back edge there of parking. Where does everyone park so that we can have people walking through the town rather than driving through the town? I mentioned months ago, we were having a discussion about something, and I talked about the fact that our Chamber of Commerce building is on the corner of Eldridge Parkway and 6A, and if people come off the highway and down 6A into the center of Orleans, they go right by it. They don't even know it's there. And that just my own personal experiences over in Nantucket, where they have that Chamber building in the center of town, and everyone that's walking through town stops there. They see what's going on, when it's going on, where they can go, how they can get there, all those kinds of things that it's hard for us to do because our Chamber building is outside the center of town. And, again, just like getting people into town, finding some place for them to park so that they can actually walk around. And I think we always kind of ignore that. There's private parking spaces and private parking lots, but they can't handle it. And we're seeing the parking issue for water access. We talk about it all the time with the town landings and with, private businesses trying to access town landings. There's no place to park. And if we keep ignoring that, I don't think we can develop a whole lot of anything.
That might be a great option for 6A. Have parking all along that for people to stop and shop.
George, you may, can I
Sure.
briefly? The planning board has received from the Cape Cod Commission, not just the reset study, but previous studies, recommendation that we should eventually purchase public parking and also potentially think about shuttle services. So I think that's a topic that as the planning board proceeds with their recommendations and exploration of economic development, I know that will come back to us because we've been living with that for almost
I'm aware
a
that
decade.
there are some future opportunities to address parking in the heart of the downtown, which from a regulatory standpoint meets the requirements, but the peak of summer, if people can't find a place instantly, they can go somewhere else. Let's make it more visitor-friendly.
Right.
George, I'll just say a couple of things, which I've like I've said before, but the importance of the bike path or the potential value of the bike path to our economy is so under exploited. And part of it is that it's so hard to get off the bike path and find your way to any place, in town. And I think that figuring out a way to divert people off the bike path and to, get around town is something that is really worth, investing in. The amount of wallets that sort of ride through our town without stopping is probably scary. And the only other thing I would say, because you talked about best practices, I've sort of said that in the world of tourism on Cape Cod, I think Provincetown is the poster child for how to coordinate an entire program of tourism activities and attractions. And I think that checking them out pretty closely would be good, as well as sort of starting to recognize from a resource point of view what the town should be expecting in the way of needing to support this for marketing, which hasn't been. I haven't seen anybody try to quantify that, because I think Orleans has been very slow to recognize its role. I know that towns around us contribute a lot more than we do for that activity.
Mr. Chair, are we supposed to make a recommendation tonight, or how?
Yes, George, I think
To
this
the
is just
extent
a
that you're
report.
comfortable asking the planning board to move forward, I know we're waiting for the budget to pass at the ballot, or the NOSIP budget, so that the assistant planner position is funded. I would like to lean that position towards economic development and a couple other things. I think those are the most pressing needs to get started. And we're going to dip our toe in the water on this. We're not going to become a Provincetown tourist manager department anytime
That
soon.
wasn't what I was suggesting.
And
I just,
Alice is raising her hand to comment.
yes, Alice. Mia, can you bring, oh, she's already in. Go ahead.
Hi. I didn't want to jump the gun, but I was afraid you were going to wrap up without an opportunity to just make a comment. I think the suggestions that the select board members have made tonight are spot on. Nora and her team have done a fantastic job, in my mind, getting to know the town and really reaching out to try to cover a myriad of topics that pertain to economic development. One of the things that I've observed is, we're doing a fantastic job with plans to try to move forward on community development. But without economic development as the underpinning, community development is going to continue to be a very difficult thing. So, as Nora has advised us, this is a living document, and I think that thinking about the suggestions that you all made, that's really relative to the point of it being a living document, a document to grow. We might want to think about if the select board is prepared to do this now or in the near future, thinking about the board, at least starting to identify or establishing some parameters around a board that can help shepherd this further along, as referenced in the plan as well. So, so many things touch on this very critical issue, and including all of the suggestions that you made tonight. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we support, thank the planning board and the consultant for their work thus far, that we support the draft Streetsense findings with the ask for a few kind of edits, and that they proceed pending the election on Tuesday.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I do have the reservation that we haven't really sat with the Chamber of Commerce in a big way, and I'm just saying it, and the farmer's market, and but I am fine with this as a plan to move forward, and I think it's very important we do it as a town. And also, I forget the Conservation Commission. I just think that it's very difficult to have three major stakeholders that have not had a voice at the table. And we can continually talk about communication, and looping everybody in and tying it off, and we haven't done that yet. And I know you will, and I am for this, so I just wanted to add that. Sorry.
And Kevin?
Mr. Chair, I support exactly what Michael just said, and further. We heard the request from Alice that, we don't just endorse this and say, thank you very much, but we do need to, and I don't know who on this board, maybe it's putting on the planner, our town planner, our agenda planner, but certainly right after fiscal year starts, July 1, we do listen to what we were asked to do and create a body that would help shepherd this in concert with a staff person. So I don't want us to just look a year later and say, gee, wasn't that nice we endorsed it? We got to do these things.
Can I add to that? One of the things is that we have pockets of initiatives going on in town that actually address some of these recommendations directly, like the broadband group is hoping to have something by fall town meeting, a proposal. So I think once we have a staff person in place who can help coordinate these resources, and we designate a member group to advise that progress, I think this can move along because the plan is so specific. I'm thrilled that it's very specific.
And so, John, in your notes there, are you sort of?
Yeah, so I'm putting a note to future agenda items for an Economic Development Council committee, whatever you want, work with the new assistant planner to implement the recommendations.
Thanks.
I think that's what Kevin's talking to.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Then let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you
Good
for
work.
taking some time on that. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So who's running the next agenda item? So Tom, are you going to be flashing
Yeah.
something up behind us?
Do you want that?
Are we going to be, okay.
Yes.
That's how we, yes?
Mr. Chair, could I jump in while the room's getting set up? And I did send an email to Town Administrator. Could someone, before we dive right into the slides,
That's what I thought.
give me what I would hope in the future, we could have just a one-page memo before this stuff that summarizes where this came from, who is involved, and what shaped what we're seeing. This was a massive amount of information dropped on us on Friday night, and I'd like a little, maybe a little narration going into this, please.
Yeah, I would agree.
So to the extent of and what I responded to Kevin, last October, the town meeting funded a $250,000 study, which was going to form the basis of our future phases for the CWMP. AECom was retained to undertake that work. You recall that had to do with addressing the potential sewering for Pilgrim Lake, for Crystal Lake, Uncle Harvey's Pond. It had to do with the PRB evaluation on Tonsett Road. It also had to do with the PRB evaluation Rock Harbor. And so what the board had been aware that the plan was to have the initial draft findings presented after town meeting, and that was for tonight. So last Wednesday, we did have a Zoom call, which included the representation here, George Meservey, Alan McLennan, myself, Tom Daly. Mike Giggy was present. Mike is going to be our consultant who will act as our I'll call him our sewer czar. He will be the interface between AECom and the town to assist the town in updating our CWMP, which we know we have deadlines that the DEP has put on us to make sure we meet certain criteria. Much of the original CWMP after phases 1 and 2, there was a lot of adaptive management things that had to be further developed. So Mike has been given all of the studies that have been done up till now and been asked to help us put together a priority list of actions that need to be done. One of the things that we'd like to talk to the board after the presentation is to talk about establishing an advisory committee to work with Mike Giggy and represent the various boards and committees that were originally involved in the CWMP creation to make recommendations to the select board. This gives you a working group that has the ability to disseminate the information amongst the existing organizational structure and be the conduit for residents to provide information to, with Mike being the professional resource. George Meservey and his staff will be the staff resource to make sure that that gets coordinated properly. So to Kevin's point, yes, that overview wasn't provided in tonight's presentation, but that's the genesis of why we're here tonight. And then following this presentation, we do have additional slides to give us an update of where we are with the downtown sewer, and I know there's going to be some discussion about the next steps as far as where we go with Meeting House Pond, but that's why it's all set for tonight.
Yes,
So this is the initial draft, just so
Yeah.
everybody, my understanding, everybody who may be at home watching, this, the $250,000 that
Right.
was allocated.
Right.
This is just the initial draft of what AECom has done.
You're going to get more than this.
Okay.
Yes, so Tom will be providing reports. This is simply the preliminary findings of what they're seeing as of now. We don't have the reports. They'll be disseminated. That will become part of the library that we'll build on as we move forward toward our next phases of our sewering and/or permeable or active barrier installations. But
This is an
this is really preliminary step.
informational update.
No decision's been made. This is simply let you know this is where we're at this point in time.
Thank you.
Great, so thank you.
Hey, Tom, just anybody who has a question as you go along, are you interruptible?
Absolutely,
Always.
exactly. It's never happened before. So again, Tom Parise from AECom, so thank you for having us, and I think John summarized what we're here for and why we've done it, so I'll give you a little bit of background history, and as John said, we did go with Mike Giggy last week to kind of give him up to speed. He was involved with the original CWMP, and that's the figure on the left-hand side, as you see here, with the possible sewering phases, 6 different phases in the downtown area. And ultimately, as everyone's familiar, went to the Orleans Water Quality Advisory Panel, and on the right-hand side is basically the 2 geographic areas of the downtown and Meeting House Pond that were identified to be sewering. Give you a little briefie of where we stand with the projects, and again, the picture on the right-hand side is kind of the update of that OQUAP with outlining the 2 downtown areas of Meeting House Pond, along with the phasing that was proposed in the 2011 CWMP, and it's just a blow up on the left-hand side so you can see where we're covering. And it's basically, I'll say for the most part, dealing with phase 1 and 2 from that original CWMP outline. And Ian will give you an update on the phase 1 downtown area. In mine, I'll give you a little bit of an update on the Meeting House Pond and where we stand. So back last August, we submitted what they call a PEF, Project Evaluation Form, through the SRF program, which is their normal schedule. A draft IUP, or intended use plan, came out back in February, and then just 2 days ago, the final IUP came out. As you can see, Orleans is the 10th rank out of 67 projects that were funded by the state, some almost $900 million, and it's the largest, as it turns out, on the Cape. Monday, as you're aware, the warrant passed to appropriate the money, and then going to the vote next Tuesday for the override. The next 2 slides, one which was handed out during the town meeting, kind of gives you an overview of the cost and the consensus funding strategy. The left-hand table you'll see on both sides are absolutely identical. Includes all costs, that is, all the SRF eligible costs, plus the ineligible costs, and that's how we've got to this $107 million. And just please keep in mind that number will continue to change. One is we get the final numbers known for downtown once it's completed. And obviously, the bigger unknown, I'll say, is the whole bidding process through the Meeting House Pond, which will happen sometime next spring. But you can see it was roughly speaking some, 16% betterments, 22% for the Cape and Island Trust Fund, and then 63% on general taxes. However, when you start to add in the hotel, motel, short-term rental tax, you can see that accounts for almost 50%, some 46%. Betterments and Cape and Island Trust stays the same, but the taxes are now decreased considerably down to some 16.5%. So it's a good story to tell, and we know that that will continue to change too as the stabilization fund continues to obtain more money. Yeah, ma'am.
What do you think the timing's going to be for us to have a firm commitment for 0% financing on the Meeting House Pond?
Good question. We continue to follow up with the state. The application that we submitted for the downtown area.
Well, it would be for downtown, not Meeting
Yep.
House Pond at this point.
Right.
Okay.
Downtown is the one we're waiting on.
So that was 2 years ago when we submitted the application. We submitted all the documents necessary for 0% for downtown. We updated a few of those recently. We believe they're down to one item, and it's festering through some of the state departments. I reached out to them a couple of weeks ago, and they said they had everything they needed. I'll be reaching out to them again shortly to say, hey, guys, where do we stand with that? We had hoped we would have had something before town meeting, but unfortunately, it didn't come through. But the same process will then happen for the Meeting House Pond, of which part of that application will put in all the 0% funding requirements and then be able to reapply for that at the time. The big one for both of them is that the project is related to nutrient removal, and Meeting House Pond is 100% nutrient removal requirements, so no reason we see that wouldn't be end up with 0% funding. Just some of the next steps of Meeting House Pond, obviously the annual town meeting that happened a couple days ago, the approval of funding at the town vote next Tuesday. One of the requirements is to submit a certified vote to the state by June 30th of each year. We then put together what they call as the loan assistant application by the middle of October. Conduct the bidding phase sometime in January to March of next year, and start of construction shortly thereafter. The state requires that 6 months after their approval, you need to have a construction start, and we successfully did that for the downtown area, and no reason why it shouldn't happen for Meeting House Pond. And again, the spring of 2023 to the spring of 2026 is, roughly speaking, the construction period at this point.
Tom, just a quick one, and
Yeah, Kevin.
probably for John, just can go back to the dates, I think, just so we tie it back to when Mike Ford was in on the easement rights. Is it that October 22nd date? We need to make sure we have property.
Yes, I think everything has to be included, including the certification with the October. Right, that's when I think
That is correct.
all the stuff goes in.
And that gets us into the article that John mentioned that was appropriated last fall for the $250,000 to start to look at some expansion areas as various entities continue to look what-if scenarios. There was these 9 areas that were identified. They were broken up by AECom, at least at the Eldridge Parkway and Tonsett Road areas, geographically and size-wise. That gives you an idea of of where those locations are. All of these areas are in the CWMP approved phasing areas, so it's not like we're going outside of that approval process. From an engineering schematic viewpoint, that's kind of what it looks like. You can see the Meeting House Pond, the Overland Way treatment plant here with residual disposals and aquifer recharge going out, and the 2 tannish areas being Meeting House Pond and downtown going to the plant. But then you can see the other 9 areas of how they tie in right now to the existing infrastructure. And that was one of the drivers for that article last year is, guys, if you start to talk about tying into existing infrastructure, we want to make sure we're sizing it correctly and not oversizing it or undersizing it, specifically with Meeting House Pond, and what the impacts may be to that.
John, can I just have a quick question for
Yes,
everyone?
Mike.
The slide before?
Yes.
All of these include roughly 62% of the town?
No.
No, okay.
No, and I will show you, hopefully on this slide
There are
here.
other spaces
Mike,
that-
it's not going to open. But you can see in white the background for the, obviously Orleans. You can see this black line that's falling around. Those are
Yep.
all of the phases from this
CWMP that was
Okay,
done.
okay.
And then you can see the highlighted yellow, or the various colors are where all the, those expansion areas are.
I mean, how were they determined, I guess?
Some was driven by, I'll say, the freshwater ponds, talked about upgrading to Uncle Harvey's Pond to Pilgrim Lake, Crystal Lake. Some were driven from the fire station project, the Eldridge Parkway 1. So those were some of the decision makings that were identified originally to say, hey, what if scenarios can happen?
And do you have a rough idea what that would be as a total percentage?
As a total percentage?
Yeah.
I have not calculated that, but it's probably in the order of magnitude of, 45%, I'd say, of the town, plus or minus.
Okay, thank you.
But Michael, to the point, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 62% dealt only with saltwater. So the freshwater ponds really do not have, that's in addition to the 62%.
Okay. I'm just trying to give people have been
Sure.
told there's
The-
6 phases.
TMDLs, the requirement to meet the certain removal of nitrogen is only for the saltwater abatements. The freshwater are things that we want to clean up our freshwater, primarily it's phosphorus. So, but just bear in mind, so that when the people hear that those additional areas are on top of what we originally estimated at 62%.
No, I got you. If
Okay.
people are thinking 6 phases equals 62%.
Right.
This is
Right.
not.
Right.
That. They're seeing something different right now, and I just want to make sure everybody doesn't say later.
But aren't those orange areas for Pilgrim Lake and Crystal Lake, aren't they inside the black lines that were part of the original 62% anyway?
Yes, they are.
Yes, a majority are, yes.
Thank you.
Mark. And the next 8 or 9 slides here, I guess, a little bit blow up in detail of each of those geographic areas. I'm not going to go into painstakingly describe all of them, but you can kind of see the idea. It gives you, the rough footage and size of pipes, the number of properties that are going to be connected, and then the connection point specifically. So this one, obviously, the Eldridge Parkway 1. This one's kind of critical, I'll say, because of the fire station. And I do have a slide later on to discuss kind of the next steps on that one and how it seems to fall into place. Again, Eldridge Parkway 2, another 234 properties. That ties in, again, up at Lots Hollow Road. Tonsett Area 1, the lower section of Tonsett, tying into Meeting House Pond.
Tom, I love these maps because on the maps also was in the P, the red circle, the kind of balance between gravity and pumps
Yeah, that's a
required.
great point, Andrea. Yeah, one of the things we try to do here is we use the town's GIS to end up with elevations that we had, laid out pipelines with a goal of minimizing, 1, the number of properties that would have to have pumps, and number 2, the number of pumping stations that would have to be constructed. And with all of these, there's only 1 new pump station that would need to be added to the project. So that's a great point. And again, the upper section of Tonsett, another 252 properties. The same one, just such a large scale that you needed to put them on 2 slides. There's the 6 for Uncle Harvey's Pond that we've talked about in the past. Crystal Lake upgrading properties, and then Pilgrim Lake. So that kind of gives you an overview of the detail of each of those sections. Yes, Kevin?
So, Tom, go back to Uncle Harvey's. So for those 6, because again, this has been 12, a dozen, now we're seeing it 6. Is the plan to include these because they are really adjacent to the Meeting House Pond sewer service area as an optional adder?
Yes, that's one of the, you'll see in the decisions to be made, exactly one of those discussion points to say, give us the authority, I guess I'll say, to do the design and to add that as an alternate item to the Meeting House Pond bid. So that kind of gives you an overview of the geographic areas. The next 2 things we did, we wanted to estimate the wastewater flows to see what the impacts were. We used the same formula did before, the 95% of the 2014 water usage data, and we used those to be consistent with the previous estimates we used for downtown plus the Meeting House Pond. It was interesting to note that the 2018-19 data was actually smaller than the 2014-15 data. Now, that could just be a blip on the screen, and that number goes up and down all the time. I think with the new water meters that have been installed, that once we start getting some readings, we'll end up with better data and have a better idea on where we really stand with all the water flows. It's all based on existing density. We didn't
account for any, new build-out in these areas, and there's some information about II and the peaking factor, standard engineering lingo and language that we utilize. So this here kind of gives you an overview of the flows. If you really service all of these areas, it's some 112,000 gallons of average daily flow. And then there's peaking numbers that we use in order to size pipes and equipment and pumps and what have you. But these are all like individual standalone projects. But that gives you an order of magnitude of the flows. To put it in comparison, that the downtown area existing flows is somewhere about 150,000 gallons of flow, and Meeting House Pond is about 60,000 gallons. So you're almost doubling, what you've already talked about and for those two downtown and Meeting House Pond. Similarly, we did want to look at, probability of project costs, and this is always the difficult one. One is we assumed each of the projects of a standalone project. We took the construction costs from the downtown area, the average of the bidders from May of 2020. We then inflated it to $2022. It added about 10% to those costs. It does not include, and this is a big one, the ongoing COVID and supply chain and materials. It is a wild unknown right now. And unfortunately, that's bad, I'll say overall, because you don't know what the costs are going to be and what the impacts are going to be, so the contractors don't know that, so they have to account for risk sometimes. I heard there was a project just the other day that was bid on the Cape. There was only one bidder. It was estimated at $3 million, and it came in at like 4.7. So unfortunately, that continues to be a theme here as we go forward. We did add a 30% contingency to it and added the other percentages for engineering and town administration, and also traffic control, and with some of the lessons learned from the downtown area to get a better handle on that. So what comes down to from the areas is some $80 million and $22. And that's one thing that would have to, once it's decided that some of these areas may want to be sewered, we can end up putting that on the capital improvement plan, number one, and number two, then inflate it out to the specific year once that decision has been made. But right now, it's that type of order of magnitude. The other thing we want to do was let's look at conceptual phasing plan. I think, Kevin, this kind of hits the point you were talking about. So the two red areas, obviously, the areas that are either under construction or in design. And there's Uncle Harvey's Pond right there because, yes, it does abut it, and it does seem to make sense to add that there. I then added Eldridge Parkway as the fourth area, I guess I'll say, of the phase, particularly because of the fire station projects have been ongoing. I added Eldridge Parkway 2 because that included a lot of other areas, all the way down to the DPW and the middle school, et cetera. And then the rest of them just kind of said, hey, where do they just put them in an order? So, yes, Andrea.
Tom, so my question is, and I know this will be solved with future planning, but the select board heard testimony last year, I think, that our lakes are in crisis, even though they don't count as part of our saltwater cleanup. And my concern is, or how we weigh the evidence so that we time when they are done to avoid any future alum treatments or responses to them.
Right.
And I just didn't know that this is a working document.
It absolutely is a working document. This is the first shot, and there is some relationship to things. So, for instance, you need to do Eldridge Parkway 2 before you could do Crystal or Pilgrim, and you need to do Crystal before you do Pilgrim because that's how they tie into each other. So there is a relationship to that part of it, but it absolutely is the first one off the top and say, okay, where do we stand and what decisions need to be made? And I think that's where Mike Giggy and obviously with the potential of this advisory committee, wastewater management advisory committee, is exactly that concept to be doing.
Tom?
Yes, Mark.
So when we look at you said you included Uncle Harvey's Pond, for instance, as phase 3 because it ties into the Meeting House project and stuff. So are we to assume this is kind of a rank system, the phases, in how they would go through?
I think the Uncle Harvey's, yes, and I would say Eldridge Parkway, yes. Parkway 1, Area 1, because of the fire station. The rest of them, no particular, ranking or discussion.
Okay, so, I mean, and the reason I ask, I'm just interested in terms of, because Andrea just brought up a good point. If you look at, sewering the industrial area, which probably doesn't have a whole lot of bathrooms with a whole lot of flow, contributing nitrogen, compared to, some of the other areas that would be contributing nitrogen or phosphorus to the freshwater ponds. Is that a higher criteria that we're looking at alleviating water conditions as opposed to, well, we got pipes here, in order to get pipes over there, we got to do something in between, and so
Right.
that's why we got to go with these.
Yes, and you'll see, there is a slide here that kind of talks about some of the decisions to be made between traditional and non-traditional, but it is talking about the environment and how to deal with that in which order. And that's exactly why you need some committee or group of people to sit down and have these exact discussions of
So
what.
the prioritizing is going to take place.
Correct. And I think the other one, part of the prioritization, is the dollar amount of the project, is as the town continues to eliminate debt from previous projects, the downtown and Meeting House Pond, when can you start to add in other projects and try to, I'll say, level out the tax rate. And I think that's probably another big one. The other thing, just to keep in mind, these all still can be broken into even smaller pieces. This is not an absolutely say, this is exactly the area, that's all we're going to do. And you can saw some of them, Elders, Tonsett Area 2 and Elders Parkway were over 20 million apiece. So there may be things you want to say, well, let's keep the number at no more than $15 million apiece and break those into smaller pieces as we go forward. So I mentioned about Elders Parkway a couple of times now, and this kind of gives you an idea of trying to mimic, I guess, or pace with the fire station project. It would require an SRF, the project evaluation form this August. At the October special town meeting, appropriate the money for design, bidding, and construction. Voter approval a week later. Submit the certified vote, as I mentioned, similar to the Meeting House Pond, and by the end of June. The SRF application, middle of October in 2023. Conduct the bidding, in early of 2024, and then start construction in spring of 2024 and, 2025. That spring of 2024 is about the right time, because that's when the fire station, in theory, if it was tracking, would be in kind of a same game plan, and we could get the interceptor, I guess I'll say, or the cross-country piece in out of that school area, and that way be free and clear by the time the fire station comes in to start their work. Yeah,
So,
Kevin?
Tom, so this kind of mini service area would include who? Certainly the fire station, proposed new fire station. Does it pick up the elementary school?
Yes.
And the middle school.
I don't know.
So that's the geographic area.
Yeah, potentially
Yeah.
it could tie in the middle.
Oh, nice.
So, so there's the elementary school, there's the fire station, and then it picks up all these, in theory, all these other areas. So it depends on how big you want to make it, but it's roughly 48 properties.
Wow.
That's not the middle school there.
The elementary school, I'm sorry.
Elementary.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Right, yeah, it's not middle,
It does not pick up the middle, correct?
but you would shoot down, back, out to 6A.
Yes,
That's your
that's
connection
correct,
point.
right here.
Okay,
Yep.
I know where that is. That would be cool.
Yeah, because Eldridge Parkway 2 would be the one that would pick up the
Okay.
middle school.
How many users? 234.
Right.
Wow.
So significant amount, more properties picked up in Eldridge Parkway 2 than one. But again, the same thing is it could be broken into various components and pieces.
Just a thought on that, not to belabor it, but I could see, if you go back to that picture again, Tom, sorry.
Eldridge 2?
2. I mean, if, in terms of, call it negotiations, but benefits that the school can see in Eldridge Parkway Area 1, why wouldn't we just slice off and include the middle school? I mean, it's a district undertaking that's going to benefit them. I mean, you could easily just bring that in
Absolutely.
and get that done. Just a thought.
Yep. And that's exactly, I think that committee, that's exactly the type of discussions that need to occur to make sure we hone in on these. I look at this as, these as like all 30,000-foot looks.
Certainly would facilitate their ability to build the new track that they
Right,
want. 'Cause
exactly.
That's where the leaching area is.
Can I ask a question about that? And so, John, the timing of the master planning for the outdoor, that was funded through CPC, that's the cooperative master planning for the outdoor area, that shared green space would be kind of important to tie in whether there will be relieved of
Right.
sewer, to have sewers to use that area, and our plans for the fire station. And if it's possible, I would love, Mike, I would love to see, as we build this in, what has to be done in order to, because Judith Bruce sat with us and said, guys, if you take care of Pilgrim, Lonnie's is cleaned up. There are a lot of cost benefits that need to be considered.
Mhm.
And when we hear economic development, that these are our resources, this is our town's future, clean water is paramount. So I'm all for that advisory committee wrestling with these things.
So the next step was to look at what potential impacts may be for the downtown area and the Meeting House Pond wastewater infrastructure that's either under construction or under design. I think everyone's pretty familiar with the Meeting House Pond area. This will kind of give you an idea where the connection points are. Uncle Harvey's Pond off to the right-hand side, the Eldridge Parkway 2 connection point, Tonsett 1, Tonsett 2, and then the Crystal Pilgrim Lake area. So that kind of gives you, it's spread all throughout it. The good thing is there's not a lot of, I'll say, impacts to it. There is right outside of Town Hall here, there's about 800 feet of 8-inch that should change to 12, and some 1,500 feet of 12-inch that should be 18, and then that would be able to pick up the Tonsett area 2 in the future, along with some Tonsett area 1 area. And then this is the real interesting one, I guess I'll say, is right now, as part of Meeting House Pond, there's about 2,200 feet of low-pressure sewer here. And our recommendation is to not include that in Meeting House Pond at this time, and include it with Eldridge Parkway 2. Part of the reason to do that is, one, is by doing that, we end up with only one pumping station, and all of these people, and I forget there's about 18 lots, I think, in that area, right now would be on low-pressure sewer, and in the future would be on gravity sewer. So if you can, again, the more people you can put on gravity sewer, the better it is for the economics for the individual property owners. So, again, it's an interesting one, but we can carve that out and leave that for the next phase, I guess I'll call it. The other one was looking at the treatment facility. The three things in red are obviously the known items, and I've related this to existing flows, just kind of see where it is, and by the time you come down to it, it shows that once Meeting House Pond is constructed and everyone's connected, and the downtown is obviously constructed, connected, we have about 78,000 gallons of excess capacity of the 350,000. And then as you start to add some of these area, and again, no particular order here, you can see how it starts to chew up that capacity, and at some point, obviously, you need to expand the treatment facility. One of the planning thresholds that the Mass DEP requires is that if you reach 80% of your capacity for 3 consecutive months, you are required to start a planning process. So the good thing is the town has already done the CWMP, so you know the areas. The treatment facility that's being constructed now, basically you can mirror image it, and you will then double the flows to go from 350 to 700,000 gallons per day of average daily flow. And that's basically will allow you to do all of the proposed CWMP planning areas based on the flow numbers we now know. So again, depending on what order these get put in, these numbers can change all over the board, but it just gives you an order of magnitude of where they stand. And then the last thing it brings us to, and I know, again, the discussion with Mike Diggy the other day was very useful, I think, for both sides. This really is some of the how of the discussion of, the CWMP had, as we said, some 60+% of sewering, and then we talked from Old Co-op went to say, hey, can we do some non-traditional aquaculture, PRBs, et cetera. The PRB one is the one that seems to have a lot of promise. Previously, we reviewed a lot of the non-technology objectives by a watershed and sub-watershed basis, develop a screening process, select potential PRB locations, and then did a life cycle cost analysis. So we did it on a 30, 60, and 100-year life cycle analysis, and the numbers vary all over the board. There were some areas that said you should absolutely just sewer this area at this point for various reasons. I would say Rock Harbor was a good example. Part of it was because of the closeness to the existing infrastructure. Part of it was because of the length of PRBs you'd need versus the cost of putting in the sewer. Other areas showed us just say PRBs. there's also some potential, I'll talk about it here as some of the decision points of how to decide when to put some of these PRBs in. And even though you may know in the future, you say, you know what, we want to help the environment now, let's put in a PRB, and in 30 years from now, we're going to put sewers there, but meanwhile, we'll help clean up the environment. So there's a whole rationale for that, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide here. But these two slides kind of give you an idea of some of where I'll say the group 1 and 2 PRBs are. Over this last couple of days and through tomorrow, we've actually been doing a second round of sampling, and then we'll be able to finalize a report with these PRBs and utilize that with, hopefully with the advisory committee and Mike Giggy to say, okay, which one seems to make sense more than others. Some we've kind of eliminated already, and I'll say Tonsett and Rock Harbor are two good examples because it showed that they really should be sewered. And part of that, again, is proximity of the existing collection system. So we didn't do anything upon those areas relative to the PRBs. And just to remind everybody, the red line is actually the PRB. We've located them on or within the right-of-ways and not in people's backyards. Two, the blue lines is a computer modeling of where the nitrogen is coming from any of those particular lots in those locations. The other thing as part of this, the intended use plan that was put out by the state, and again, it was on the draft, and it's obviously on the final here now, is that Orleans also had a second project on it. And again, a year ago, we submitted a project evaluation form for the PRBs. I'll say part of that was to say, you know, is the state really going to fund these, and they got to be able to approve of one. So the Meeting House Pond was ranked 10th. This project is 37th out of the 67 projects. It's also, to the best of our knowledge, the first non-traditional technology to be funded by the state relative to nitrogen. So pretty exciting stuff. The one key here, though, is the state has already reached out to the town about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and asked whether we're really going to fund the PRBs or do you want to ask for an extension. And since the town hasn't put money in for the town meeting to do that, and which means you wouldn't have the certified vote, because there is no vote that was to be able to certify by June 30th, that's one of the recommendations that we're making, is that you should request an extension through the SRF program to delay it at least a year. And I mentioned earlier, Mark, this kind of hit on your point on some of the, decision makings or what have you. One is the watershed compliance with the Pleasant Bay Alliance and the watershed permit. Mike Giggy and myself and Tim Harrison, the audience here from AECom, we had a discussion this morning relative to lot by lot of where these parcels are and which watershed they go to, so we can get the biggest bang for the buck, I guess I'll say. And we're in the midst of being able to put that together, and AECom can do that in a relatively easy fashion because of some of the previous documents we've already developed, and with the genius of GIS to be able to help us do that, and we're going to be putting that together in the next week or so. I mentioned about the life cycle cost analysis, and we'll probably update that information also. The environmental response I mentioned earlier is short-term versus long-term, and what I mean by that is a short-term, if you put the PRB in, the nitrogen that's already in the groundwater is now going to be captured and removed through Mother Nature's process. Versus the long-term, we put sewers in. Yes, we remove the nitrogen going into the source, but it takes a certain amount of time for that cleaner water to make it to the water body. So it's kind of a give and take of what seems to make sense to help that. As I mentioned, there may be some cases in Orleans, especially further away from the downtown or the Meeting House Pond collection areas, that you want to put in a PRB now and spend the money, because that will help start cleaning up the environment while they're waiting for sewers to get to some of those areas, if that ever happens. There's obviously some secondary water impacts that we have to deal with, public and private water supplies. That's one of the things the state has requested relative to installing PRBs. Obviously, the location of the PRBs versus the wastewater service areas. Again, Uncle Harvey's, Tonsett, Rock Harbor are good examples of that. Implementation costs and schedule. As I mentioned earlier, we'll put that in the capital improvement program once it's determined what the schedule seems the best fit. And then obviously also the debt impacts, as I mentioned, trying to get some sort of a level tax base of consideration. Yes, Mark.
Just a question, Tom.
Yes, sir.
In terms of dealing with some of these things, some of our neighboring towns that are part of the Pleasant Bay watershed area, some are talking about doing more, some are talking about doing less. How is that going to impact us, if at all?
So one of the things that may happen, or could happen, is that there could be some nitrogen sharing, I guess I'll call it, that Orleans takes out more nitrogen in that watershed than what we're allocated to, and then have that other community help offset that by paying for some of those costs. That's probably the big one, and I know Mike Giggy has been looking at that. I know SMAS is now updating some of their models and calculations to be able to look at that exactly to figure out how to best make that fit.
So, pretty hard to determine where that's going to go right now, but it is something that...
It is something that's being looked at, correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome. So the last slide here is just some decisions to be made, what have you, and I've kind of summarized it, and I guess I'll say these 4 items. The PRB extension request, as I mentioned, from the SRF program that came up a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Uncle Harvey's Pond, again, include those 6 properties as part of a Meeting House Pond alternative item. Prioritize, I'll say, Eldridge Parkway 1 in order to accommodate the fire station. And then those 2 design changes on Meeting House Pond. One is taking that 2,200 feet of low-pressure sewer and removing it from Meeting House Pond and leaving it for Eldridge Parkway in the future, and then making some pipe size changes in order to accommodate some of those other areas, in order to eliminate pump stations. Keep in mind, pumping stations are like $1.5 million plus to construct, and then the long-term operation and maintenance. So the more you can eliminate pumping stations, the better the town is. So making those couple of changes are absolutely, I would strongly recommend.
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, Mike.
Just a quick question. Looking at the numbers, and I know they're estimates, and trying to understand this right now for people also at home. So far, for the treatment plants, the downtown, the meeting house, we're at about 107 million, was your number, roughly.
Correct.
And you're saying it's about 80 million for these next 8 phases?
That's correct.
Is that about right? So we're talking about a $187 million project, and we're probably getting around 45% of the town. Is that
Correct.
fair? And I know these are
Sure,
just estimates.
that's right. And that does not include costs for PRBs.
Correct, yeah, okay, understood. Thank you. I just want people to have
Yep,
kind of a frame of reference.
That's the right order of magnitude, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, quick one on this slide.
Yeah,
So,
Kevin.
decision to be made says, to me, do you need a sense of the board or a vote?
We need votes tonight.
Well, I have
We're
no,
voting on.
I'll just say, while I've got the mic, I have no trouble extension on the PRBs. I mean, we're on the list. If DEP has already said, do you want to extend, that works for me. Uncle Harvey's, this is a no-brainer because the 6 could easily be represented as an add-on to the bid. So if we don't like the bid, then we don't do it. But we definitely should be in support of this because of the water body as well. And definitely on the new fire station, we want to get in queue. We definitely want to get in queue. I think it only is to our advantage to show this. You've got the data. It'll tie into an existing operating system by then.
Correct.
So I'm not sure about the other ones. I think those are minor changes. That's really, engineering, swaps. So that's,
And the ones that just keep in mind, again, as far as these priorities or the geographic areas for these locations, nothing of that is set in stone. It absolutely is that 30,000-foot look that can be massaged as we go down the road and adjust the order that seems to make sense with those. So just want to make sure I reiterate that piece.
so, Mr. Chair, not to cut off discussion, but
Can I just add one other thing? The fourth one seems to me something that we could deal with tonight as well.
That's specific.
I was kind of belittling it because I think it's really so minor. It ties
Let's do
into
it.
what the design calls for, but what's on, whatever the slide number is, I would move that we support. The decisions to be made on the presentation dated May 11, 2022 by AECOM, page 41.
I'll second.
Okay,
If it-
motion's made and
if I
seconded,
can,
then,
I'd love to see the Eldridge Parkway Area 1 inclusive of the middle school and seeing what those numbers are, because I think
Sure.
we're missing a big opportunity here to make sure that's done as soon as possible, so.
We can do that.
Can I make another comment on that? And I would like to make sure that we have the time that we, I don't know where, but I heard 3 years for the freshwater bodies in one of our presentations before an alum treatment would be required. So could we just do our due diligence to make sure we're not cutting off our nose to spite our face, so that it's, if we need to add those freshwater bodies, at the same time we're considering the fire station circuit, we talk about that.
Okay, we can look at that.
Then otherwise, that's it.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I'm hoping that we never treat any future freshwater ponds in Orleans with alum. I mean, we've done it once. I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that's a vote.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does Ian have his own laptop?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ian's good to go?
Hey, Ian's going now.
Ian, you want it all dark, right?
Yeah, same as Tom is fine. Meph, would you like me to wait for John, or do you get going?
Let's just
Okay.
roll along.
Okay, we'll keep our momentum then. Okay, this ends up being the quarterly update that's next in line since our last visit in February. So we'll start off, as we typically do, with a construction progress update. As we look at the treatment plant thus far, we're at about 75% of budget, so we've kind of accelerated a lot in the last, I'll say, 2 reporting periods, 3 to 6 months. And a lot of that is because the building has come up out of the ground, and now we're filling it with treatment plant equipment. We have expended 95% of our contractual time, and Tom alluded to a little of this in his talk when he mentioned supply chain type issues. This is all the stuff that we hear about on the news. We are going to blow by our contractual completion date in about 21 days on the plant. I think that our general contractor and AECom have been doing everything they can to find workarounds where possible and stay as close to that date as we can. But right now, it appears that we're about 60 days behind schedule, and we'll be wrapping up in September with the plant. Collection system is also doing pretty well. We're about 73% of budget and about 81% of contract time there. I don't think that we'll end up extending contractual time on that part of the project. Seems like we should be able to meet things as soon as we get a few more key deliveries in the coming weeks. There's limited change orders thus far. Many have been addressing design changes or unanticipated conditions, or in a few scant cases, omitted items. We'll talk about those later in the presentation. And as always, there's a plug on here for weekly updates for residents if you want to know where construction is happening. I went to look at the same website that I do before this meeting every few months, and it's changed. So I updated the link and just wanted to note that for folks here. Town's doing a lot of great work to update their website for everything. So we'll dive into collection system progress to date. Hit a milestone recently where essentially all of the gravity line associated with the project has been installed at this point, which is great. There's still a little bit of force main and some service connections remaining that need to be completed, and there's a bunch of paving to tidy things up and give folks those great new roads that come with a project like this. Regarding the pump stations, this is kind of on the collection system side where we're experiencing a little bit of a supply chain issue. There's a note essentially on each of these pump stations saying that generators have been set and control panels have been set. That's the CP item. But we're waiting on VFDs, which is these variable frequency drives that control how fast the pump spins and how much flow you get out of it. They're stuck in supply chain limbo somewhere, and AECOM has been working diligently with Robert Auer to find a workaround and possibly use an alternate drive that they could get sooner. The goal there is to have everything ready to start up and wet test essentially in August of this summer. It seems like, you know, we can hit that, but it's going to be contingent on finding these drives in the next month or so here, I think. Also shown at right is a landscape plan for Pump Station 2 located at the library. I know that's been a topic of discussion with the board before. This plan is, I'll say it's hot off the press. If folks want to see a hard copy of it, I'm more than willing to pass them around up front here, but Tom was gracious enough to print some for me when it came off the press earlier today. Moving over to the wastewater treatment facility, the roof has been completed on both of the buildings at the site, and siding and trim is in progress on the wastewater plant itself. This is, I'll say, the main treatment building. I guess I can't see my cursor here. Hang on a sec. Yeah, there we go. So siding is complete on one side of the treatment plant here. It's actually not in this view. But the trim is up on much of the building, and windows are starting to go in. What really makes the work in that particular building exciting at this point is everything that's going on inside the facility. And you can see in the lower right here, one of the motor control centers. This is kind of the electrical heart of the treatment plant is been installed. And when I went over today and did a walk around with Tom and Tim, it was great to see that the electrical contractor is actually pulling conductors from this motor control center out to the utility transformer in front of the building and back to the backup power generator. So this is a good sign. It means that in a few weeks or they'll be able to start spinning equipment inside the plant to test it out. The equipment review and coordination process is continued, but instead of talking a lot about shop drawings and such as we have historically at project meetings, we're shifting our focus now more to discussing things like the SCADA system, which is the control system for the treatment plant, and we focused more on access for emergency service vehicles through the gates to the facility and how the alarm system is going to work and things of that nature. Talked a little bit about delays with respect to collection system items. I'll hit on it again here. We've talked in previous meetings or previous updates about odor control ductwork. That ductwork is on site now, but you know, saying that the damage is done kind of overstates the problem. But it was a delay, you know, caused by supply chain issues, and it's worth noting. There's a few other similar delays related to HVAC stuff. There's a cupola design that's been going back and forth with the contractor to try to fit all the right ducts into that and get them out through the roof neatly. So there's been some time kind of reworking those things. But as I said, in general, we're about 60 days off of our original target here. Moving across the site to the equipment storage facility. Here, pretty much all the siding is up on the building, as you can see in the upper right, and garage doors and windows are in. The person doors, I think, are still, they're holding off on those because they don't want to have them damaged by people walking in and out with tools. But stone veneer is installed all around this building, roof's complete, and inside this structure you can see that heating and some drywall and electrical work are in progress here. It's really coming along pretty well. And then moving down to the bottom of the page, the sequence batch reactor, or SBR, this is the process tank that you see out behind the building. This is starting to get some attention now, and you can see this is miscellaneous metals contractor, I believe, on the scissor lift here, installing railing around the perimeter of the top of the tank, make it safe for people. And there's another crew that's working on the exterior and interior of this tank to kind of rub it down and create a really smooth finish. And you know, O'Connell's has been paying a lot of attention to the work here. I think that it's a small detail, but it shows that they're doing a nice job of things. There's some equipment that has been placed in the tank, but they haven't really made a whole lot of progress on putting the piping and the rest of the equipment into this tank at this point. I do think that'll go quick once it starts. So, back by popular demand, our time-lapse series of photos. This goes back to February of 2021, and then we're at April, July, I guess, November of last year. You can see the buildings come out of the ground. The tank hasn't really yet, and the storage facility is. Here was our January update to this group, and here's where we're at today. Or actually, I should say, here's where we were at about a month ago. There's a lot more. The roof is fully finished now, but just gives you a nice idea from above what's going on. The contractor asked me to really point out, you know, that at this point in the project, the aerials start to tell less and less because the work has moved primarily inside.
Yeah.
But
Ian, one question because of this photograph. If we, down the road, as Tom said, need to build capacity, that additional space for capacity is where on this shot?
okay, so if you go off the backside of this tank,
Right.
there's provisions in the current design so that that tank can be mirror imaged off this direction.
Right.
Okay, and then there would ultimately be another smaller building than this over here behind that tank to include some additional process equipment. Okay, so moving quickly on to wick wells. Last update, we were nervous about the wick wells. We had been out there, the contractor had been working for, I want to say, 6 to 8 weeks, and he hadn't completed a single wick well. And we were thinking, gosh, if this is the production rate on this, we're cooked. He's going to be working on them till October. Long story short, drilling wick wells, it turns out, is all about having the right equipment. And the photo at lower right here is a machine called an oscillator. And ultimately, after the last meeting, or actually around about the time of the last meeting, I think the contractor had acknowledged that he needed to do something different. And so he had brought on this larger drill. And I kind of, I'm sorry, it's at the top of the page. I keep thinking I got a pointer. He had brought in this larger drill rig, which is drilling 54-inch holes in the ground. And that had enough oomph to it, so to speak, for him to advance the wick wells down about 80 feet to their design depth. And then what had been happening was the machines he had on site did not have enough power to then kind of wiggle out these steel casings that are removed as the well is ultimately installed. So they brought this other piece of equipment called an oscillator on site. And this is kind of a hydraulic machine. If you can imagine a big set of channel lock pliers, it kind of grabs onto that casing and spins it side to side as it lifts it. It was pretty cool to watch if you're an engineer. It may not be exciting for everybody else, but it was neat. And you know, you see the gentleman in the photo here, and you get kind of a decent sense of the scale of all this stuff. So all 5 wells are installed at this point. the monitoring wells that will ultimately serve as compliance points for this and help out during startup testing of the process are in place. And site grading and site restoration is sort of in progress, but it's not a critical path item, so the contractor is not applying a lot of energy to it at this point. Shift at this point to our construction cost update. There's been a small increase in contract value for the wastewater treatment plant contract. We're now up to $33,860,000 and change. We'll talk about why that changed on the next slide. The value of the collection system contract has remained static over the last 3 months with no change orders. And so at net, our construction contingency has decreased to just over 1.3 million, or in percentage terms, it's gone from 2.7% of project value to 2.5% of project value. I think in general, you know, we establish a 5% contingency on projects of this size, and you know, as I may have said before, a lot of the risk on projects like this is below the ground. And now that we are out of the ground, I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at and, you know, being able to live within our means here, total contract value wise. So looking at the change order that impacted the wastewater treatment facility contract in the last 3 months here, it's change order 7 that we've recently approved. It had a value of just under $80,000. It included some sump drain changes, which was actually a credit, but that was more than offset by some changes to a septage garage overhead door, so it's now interlocked with the machine inside to contain odor better. There's some gable end sheathing that was omitted from a plan and was completed on a time and materials basis through this change order. That's now done, and we're past that. This bathroom wall tile that was changed to kind of expand an area of coverage where it made sense for durability reasons. And then there's been a Bay Ridge force main extension that's also a small adder here. There's a few pending change orders that we're keeping an eye on at the treatment plant. The most significant ones are listed here. There's some site drainage and entrance gate changes that are likely to be around $20,000. There's a driveway grading change that we're thinking could be up around $80,000, but that's still very early in negotiation with the contractor. And similarly, the contractor has voiced some concerns around the wick well. Really, I think they're kind of trying to get us to acknowledge that the first 2 months that they spent working on the thing cost them money. Unfortunately, it's all about the equipment that was mobilized. And then there's some small change order money with the cupolas and minor design changes there. Moving over to the collection system, again, there's no new approved change orders here. There's some pending change orders that we're considering, one around the library parking lot and some improvements there. There's a modest upgrade to the pump station 1 panel, and there's a vent relocation change that I think we've pretty much sunset for pump station 2. Yeah, we found a cheaper workaround there. So. Closing out with contract operations procurement. As we've talked about before, the contract has been awarded to Suez. However, since our last report out here, Suez has been purchased by Veolia Water of North America. So it's the same people that we interviewed doing the work, but they all have new T-shirts now, which is supposedly going to make it easier for us to identify them. Planned contract start came and went around March 1st, and the chief operator has been on site working through things at the facility as, you know, pumps are landed and valves are set so that he can make sure things are as he would like. I got to say, there's been good communication between those folks and the AECom team to kind of highlight some of those opportunities to make things more operator-friendly, and we're actually moving to a schedule of having a bi-weekly meeting with that whole group, just to make sure everything's coordinated there. Viola has also been working on a lot of, I'll call them back office activities like safety plan development and asset inventory so that they can, maintain an asset management program at the facility. We've been having what I guess is amounted to biweekly or at least monthly meetings to coordinate the SCADA control system for the plant. And then we've talked a little bit about an emergency ops plan. All in all, I think we're going to probably start spending some equipment in late May or June, probably more likely June at this point, and these folks will be playing an integral role in that. So with that, do we have any questions?
Just the work that's being done on the collection system along 6A now, for instance, and coming through by the intersection of 6A and 28, where they're doing the tie-ins to the
Service
properties,
connections?
service connections on the side and stuff. So will the final paving on that section be done next fall? Is that stuff going to sit in the ground and settle and whatnot, and then be finished paved next fall?
I believe that will winter over.
90 days.
Yeah, 90 days.
State
yes.
requires 90 days, Mark.
Yeah.
So whatever gets done between now and Memorial Day, that's it, and then
Yeah,
next fall is when it gets final done, right?
Correct.
Okay.
right. Settles
I just
down a
had
bit.
people ask me that, and I wanted to make sure I was giving them the right answer.
Yeah. Anything else?
No,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chairman, if I could just
Please,
looking around for.
recognize you.
Well, I wanted to get back to you on timing of different things. I think it's really important to understand that we had to take your vote tonight to meet some critical deadlines. That does not mean that we can't really look at the next phases and figure out how you juggle them and how you put them in. And it was all driven by a decision to file by mid-August. If you don't file by mid-August, you wait a year. So one of the things that we can now begin to do, and I think that's with AECom and Mike Giggy here, we can begin to really figure out how to program the financing and the phasing of these projects. And Tom Parise gave you a list of costs and so forth. What you need to remember is that once Meeting House Pond is funded and is operational in 3 years, the debt service is going to be dropping off at $2.5 million a year. And so what you want to do is think about phasing in projects that require less than the $2.5 million of debt each year. So you actually have a declining debt as you implement the rest of the wastewater plan. So that's one of the things we really got to think about.
And can I respond?
Please.
Since you're back in the room? Alan, I love that you raised this because I think the Select Board is committed to a more holistic approach to handling debt in the town, and we're doing a fantastic job of it. But as we look at both facilities and housing investment and our sewer system investment, I hope that in the next year we'll become much more articulate with the public about what that really looks like for us as residents.
And one last thing, Ian showed you, and you now have a hard copy of the final design for the library. The goal here is to have absolutely as much of that done by July 1st. The parts that won't be there are plants that can't be planted in the late spring, or plants that they can't get a hold of. So by the time the 4th of July parade comes by, we should be in pretty good shape.
Anybody else? Because Alan, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. This is maybe more on the post-town meeting analysis, and I'm not sure that this tonight is the way is where to really go about it. But I did come away from the meeting thinking that we've got to be more, I guess, our outreach and our hand-holding for the process of people going through the hookup research that they each need to do, and maybe even be advisory if there are alternatives to them, is something that we've got to beef up somehow and make the experience less painful than it's going to be for at least some people. Because they're going to be coming back to other town meetings when other people are getting their hookups.
So, we have Ombudsman Reggie Donahue. I think Reggie now has handled 450 direct contacts. And he CCs me and other people, and he is taking care of every one of these issues. I think the problem is that the smaller people aren't geared up yet. The business people downtown, the condominiums downtown are moving ahead. When you get to Meeting House Pond, you're dealing with 481 connections, predominantly single-family homes. So that's a different approach that we need to follow.
Anything else? All set?
To thank,
Yep.
to thank these guys for their detailed reports. It's good. A lot of work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, you want to sort of,
You want to do the draft charge of the committee?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. So, working with George, there's a draft of a wastewater management advisory committee charge in your packet, and this was really our first crack at putting something together that provided an outline that would allow the board to establish an advisory committee that would report to you with recommendations on next steps, work that needs to be done, would handhold the process of going through to update the CWMP. We have requirements of the DEP that have to be met by certain timelines. We've engaged Wright Pierce and Mike Gigi to assist the town, not only with making sure that the CWMP is updated, but to be the conduit between AECom and the town, to really be our project manager, if you would, so that we have a second voice in terms of recommending priorities and scheduling. And Mike obviously is the first group worked with our original wastewater management planning committee, steering committee at the time, and the first CWMP drafts were all done through Wright Pierce. So some of the things that we wanted to do here, I added the 5 boards that we would have, and I did get a communication from the chair of the Conservation Commission that they would like a seat at the table as well. So, you can make this 7. It really, at this point, was more of just the crux of it. And obviously, with the assistant town planner being hired pending the passage of the override so that our budget is whole for '23, I would have George be the staff liaison to the committee, as he was through the years of the steering committee originally. So his staff would be able to provide that support. Mike Gigi would be the outside resource. He would be working directly with the committee. So the idea is to have the committee get up to speed so that they're in sync with what the town is working on, and they can provide input and guidance, working with Mike to make recommendations to this board as far as how things are going to get scheduled going forward, both for our capital planning as well as the priorities, and provide the conduit from the community. So perhaps you want to make individuals, if you want to make comments, and we can look to update this with some of the additional information from tonight, and we can bring it back and vote at the beginning of June. This is really just, as I said, a draft for your consideration.
Do you all want to talk about it tonight or take it home and think about it?
I would rather have postponed this to
Mark.
Just one thing I'd like to have us consider, going back in time to the old days when we had the OQUAP operation running here, and one of the big criticisms, and one of the things that concerned me was that, you would have these meetings planning the future for the town here, at 9 o'clock in the morning when all the working people in town were working, and the citizens couldn't attend, and there were decisions being made that they were unaware of. And I think this is one of those things now that we have an opportunity to reconstitute this type of advisory committee. They should be meeting at night so that everybody can attend or see it on TV. And this isn't one of the things that just happens at 9 o'clock in the morning when everybody that's working misses it all.
I think that's a good idea.
Can I ask another question like that? Right now, this is all government-based, even if Conservation Commission is added back in. Do we have room at the table for stakeholder groups that are not government entity?
Whatever you'd like to do. When you have a steering committee, size is important. If you have it too big, I think OQUAP was a little different because the board we were at a crossroads where we had inability to move forward. So that was really a consensus-building group. That wasn't really a steering committee that we're talking about here. But to Mark's point, you could ask them to schedule their meetings late afternoon, early evenings. That's really going to be your call in terms of when they meet. This is not quite the same as the OQUAP where you were trying to work around 23 individual schedules. So, but I think all those things are possible. If you wanted to expand it or ask them to do the outreach and have that, those are all things that we could do. I think it's important to get the group started and then allow them to come back with what they think would be a great way to get the word out, because you want this to be the conduit to both the community as well as feedback directly to the board.
So in terms of timing, John, when would it be good for us to have finalized this?
So we can put it on for your first meeting in June. If you want to get back, send me your individual comments. Just don't reply all. Send it directly to me, and I'll do a markup draft, and we'll put it in your packet, and you can have discussion on the second.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I did already send some in. John, I think, already actually is weaving them in based upon his intro in this. I do think under the charge, to Mark's point, not only the time of the meeting, but a charge should definitely be, and it's not here, that they should help facilitate community engagement, outreach. It's just not here at all. And this needs to be a much more outward-looking view of the world here. And the other thing, and John, you didn't mention it, I did send it in, and I do think there's a very important role. They might need to be ex officio, but when we are talking about spreading debt, different permutations of how these phasing things go, I think we do need to recognize the Finance Committee has a role on this. They should send a designee. However we characterize it, I don't want to avoid or cross the line of their independence, but we want them there. I think it helps the communication a huge.
And I think I can add a bullet to that, that the issue of weaving this into the town's ability to pay.
Right.
And our future debt service, which more involves the finance director
Yeah.
as opposed to the finance committee. But your point is well taken. I think FinCom was ex officio member of the original wastewater management steering committee. If you want, we can certainly add that to the charge, and it's up to the FinCom if they'd like to do that.
Thanks.
They can't be an active voting
Right.
member and also independently review things.
Is everybody good with this for tonight? Andrea?
Just a question in our comments, because Kevin nailed my suggestion or question about having non-government entities at the table had to do with the communication loops and being able to report back to their various memberships. So whether we bake that in as it's going to remain governmental with regular workshop or updates to the public, or whether we make sure that those stakeholder groups have a seat at the table, whether they're ex officio or not, I would appreciate those comments coming back via John.
Okay. So we're good with number 4. And so number 5 is the 4 mermaids. Do you want to?
So in your packet, you have an application for a seasonal weekday and Sunday outdoor entertainment license for 4 mermaids. They provided the application that was approved by the board. They indicated that they would like to have 3 hours per day, 4 days out of 7 a week, which is the what is permitted under the guidance document that was approved. They provided a map, if you will, of where the speakers would be, the seating. They also indicated that it would be live music with up to 4 musicians with vocals, recorded music, house-made playlist on Spotify, and they indicated there'd be no bass drum or amplified bass guitar. So you have the application for you. I see John's here, and I know the abutters are here too. So, Mr. Chairman, it's however the board would like to proceed.
Well, I thought that the applicant could go first, and then the abutters could have their time, and then the board can have its time.
Good evening.
And before you go, John, just bear in mind that a lot of what probably people want to say tonight has already been said, and we've already heard it, so.
Before you start, Smith,
I'm wholly original, I'll tell you.
do you want to comment that we're hearing this at all, or no? Meaning that the appeal was fine?
Well, that'll come out, yeah. So anyways, John, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm happy to do it either way, if you'd like to have the butters speak to it first, or...
No, I think you should go first.
All right, I'll go first. Just from the beginning, well, good evening, long time no see. John Kanega, representing the applicant. Just from the beginning, there's no tent on the lawn. I think there was a miscommunication between me and Mr. Bray when I was discussing the former special permit application, which has been withdrawn. It was a previous attempt at curbing sound that was not well taken by abutters, so it's not part of any of this. I just wanted to make that clear. From the get-go, I think this application, to differentiate from other applications, is specifically addresses several concerns from abutters, specifically Ms. Shield, Ms. Chappell, and Ms. Day. They had directly abut the premises across Beach Road. And I think prior to the last ZBA hearing, when we actually heard them speak, there was less of a sense of where they were coming from, and I think they did a really good job, well, specifically to me, outlining their concerns, their position. So the idea, I'm noticing I'm saying a lot, the idea was that point the speakers away, first of all, from them, and you see that in the application, and remove bass drum and bass guitar, amplified bass guitar. Why do we do that? Well, they actually, at the last ZBA hearing, brought an acoustical engineer, who my friends would say I'd be remiss for not pointing out. His name is Rick James. But he discussed the low frequency sound and how low frequency sound travels. There were several far neighboring abutters that spoke to the bass drum, the bass guitar, and so our idea and discussion afterwards was to remove it. You can think of whenever you hear a band, that's the first thing you hear is from down the street. You will cross it in if you're in South Orleans. You hear the bass drum, you hear the bass amplification. So that's gone. I know it's evolved quite a bit from what it was originally to this removal of bass, controlled by staff, backs to Beach Road. We're actually kind of aiming it at the NASA Marine property, which has spoken out in support of this. I guess it's careful what you wish for, but I think they're fine with it. It's a boat storage yard right there that we're aiming away from with no bass. Bass, the biggest problem with low frequency as well is it doesn't really have a target. It goes out. That's why you hear a boat foghorn from everywhere. It's not, where the boat's facing. So I think that with those changes, we also have an acoustical engineer that we can't really have analyze anything if we don't have this happening. And I think the original idea was to have him try to do a comparison of the longstanding use versus what it is today. This is a new development where we've removed the base, which I think he'd make this, a similar finding that this is a much less amplified sound coming from the Barley Neck Inn. So that's the idea. Happy to answer your questions before you talk to anybody, or if you want to listen to abutters first, and if I might have a chance to respond, I'd be happy to.
How would you, is there any preference here from the board, or how you'd like to go?
No, go ahead.
No, I like the way you had, but if we have questions.
Yeah, so why don't, John, why don't you let us hear from the abutters?
Can we ask
That's-
technical
Thank you.
questions of them first before
Sure,
you go away?
sure, yep.
John, I've asked everybody who's applying for an entertainment license, and I noticed here in the diagram that it's still kind of fanned out as opposed to going directly towards the boatyard, and how you could control that. Should complaints start to come in, how flexible is your speaker arrangement if we grant a license?
It's going to be completely movable, much like the others you've asked. I think this is, again, much like the others you've asked, this is the best direction. I know it's like this. If targeting inward is better, we'll do it. And I think our hope, at least, is to have better communication with the direct abutters that I've already listed, just because it's easier if you can talk to someone and say, what's the what are you hearing? And again, I really think that this is a big change from previously what was there. Because if the bass drum, I think, and I don't want to quote her or anything, I did quote her before, I don't think it sat well, but Ms. Shields, she's right across, right there, and if you have the band facing any direction towards her with a bass drum, I mean, that's what's coming through the wall. It just is. I'm a drummer, I get it. So, I mean, I think the removal of the bass drum is big. I added the amplifies bass guitar just because I know a couple of them can get a little bass drum-like, so.
Before you go, John, I would just ask this kind of question, especially since you're a drummer. Eliminating the bass drum is one thing, but then you've got the rest of the snares and all that sort of percussion. I guess percussion as a category is, even if you eliminate the bass, still a fairly loud and sound traveling.
Right, and we're willing to try anything as far as aiming it. I think most of the drummers in these groups that I think Bruce has put together, and I'm going to call him out because he's not here, Liam Hogue drums for several of these groups, and I asked him about it. I said, if there's a problem I asked bass drum first, no problem. What if the tom's what's causing a problem? I'll figure it out. So we can work with the individual musicians, and I know one that actually does drum with several of these groups. They're more old school music is what I'd call it, and his nickname is Old School. But it's so he can figure it out. But taking away the bass didn't seem to be a killer for the drummer. We just want to be involved.
Michael?
Just a quick question on that and the aiming. Have you guys considered aiming it at the building?
It'll reverberate.
I think, I mean, I'm happy to get an acoustical analysis of it. I think it might cause a bigger problem. But again, I think with the control of the volume and this removal of bass, I think it's going to be a significantly different animal than it ever was. So,
But as you're going to study this and things like that, you're open to exploring that?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, certainly. But I do think it's a significant difference.
Okay.
Sorry, I tried to leave twice before and you didn't let me.
That's okay. Why don't, and Ms. Dalmas, are you the spokesperson for the abutters?
Just a few, not all.
Right, so, but I think it's probably
It makes sense
best
for me
to,
to go.
yes, it does.
So, good evening. My name is Victoria Dalmas. I'm with Senni and Associates in Brewster. And before I start, I just wanted to ask a question as to why the board is considering this before expiry of the ZBA appeals period. I would greatly appreciate feedback on that if possible.
Do you want to start with that? Or finish your...
Or maybe I could do my thing,
Yes.
and then you could address that.
I think that is something that we should be talking about.
Okay, thank you so much. So I don't want to educate the board, but I just want to say that the standard for licensing very clearly says it does not allow an unreasonable increase in noise levels taken alone or in combination with other licensed activities at the premises. It's not a substantially unreasonable standard. It's just an unreasonable increase in noise levels. Secondly, the evidentiary standard on appeal is one of substantial evidence, which the applicant is obligated to present. And the substantial evidence concept is based on a reasonable mind. So I think we all are reasonable people in thinking about this matter. With that in mind, there are two key ways to analyze the situation: quantitatively and qualitatively. Quantitatively, that would be based on acoustical science. Qualitatively, that's based on the people who are impacted by the noise, the abutters. Regarding the quantitative, as Attorney Kanaga just mentioned, there is no acoustical data that's been presented. It's promises. There's no science. And they've had 2 seasons to do acoustical studies in the context of many, many, many complaints and a show cause hearing. So I find it a little bit problematic that we're hearing more promises and about substantial changes. And I'm left to wonder, are we heading right back into another season of real problematic noise? And we know there's a problem here. Qualitatively, you're going to hear from some abutters. I know all of you have heard quite a bit of the sentiment of those who are impacted. But let's just go through a couple things that are changing here. Firstly, what's proposed will more than double the noise exposure period on abutter residences and small businesses. From the original 3 months requested, now it's hiked up to 7 months. So it's during the entire time of year that folks want to enjoy their outdoor spaces and open their windows and doors for fresh air. The applicant is doubling in degree the amplified music activity, actually tripling it if there's status quo on the indoor amplified music, and potentially even more if you take into account the allegations about their private outdoor events business with amplification. None of this reflects the patron noise associated with what's going on, nor does it reflect traffic safety risk and parking noncompliance. This is a very tight space, 8,900 square feet, right up against a very busy intersection. A reasonable mind should be asking these questions. And also, we're seeing an expansion of liquor and food service into an area of the property that I don't believe, from a zoning perspective, is permitted and should be. It's also questionable whether the inn, which is the basis for its liquor license, meets the requirements of Chapter 140, suitable rooms, beds, and bedding for the lodging of guests, with a register, at least for covering the last year. And I've also submitted an affidavit, which I hope you all received, and I'd ask that that be included in the record. It's pretty self-explanatory. 30 dB over ambient is astronomically high. 10 dB over ambient under the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection mandates attenuation. And this is a logarithmic scale we're talking about. So if you jump from 10 dBA over ambient to 30, it's significant. And losing the drums and the bass is not enough. This is just not an appropriate place to be having amplified music. And just because the use is now alleged as of right, from a zoning perspective, does not give you immunity for a noise nuisance. Full stop. Moreover, under nuisance principles, one looks at changes in the neighborhood. This particular neighborhood, to the best of my knowledge, is very dense with residences, substantially more so than 50 years ago. And I note the previous inn owners, the Lewises themselves, raised a motel, a commercial motel, and a pool, and in its place developed residential condominiums. So to close, you know, I have to speak on behalf of all of the abutters, wonderful people. They have made every effort, I think, at the local level to express what is going on here is not appropriate. And under any principle of noise reasonableness, again, standards are all about being reasonable. My clients respectfully, and they plead to this board, to do the right thing and not allow outdoor amplified music. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if there's people in the audience that would like to speak briefly, why don't you just, I'll start from that side of the room and head over toward that side of the room.
I'll be brief. It's great to see you again, but I don't ever want to see you again. So, we're talking about a sensory experience here. Do you want me to go over here?
Yeah, please.
Identify.
But we haven't listened
And
to
also identify yourself.
Steve Schenfeld, 8 Beach Road. So I want to play something for you with your permission that will give you a sense of what we experienced last summer, because this is what it's about. This is in Laura's house. I was talking to her and a friend on August 28th. Do you guys eat any cheese?
It's not a music festival. Like, I mean, that's what the kind
This is in her dining room. No? Shall I stop it, or do you want to keep hearing it?
Everybody sufficiently,
There's plenty of high end in there, you know, it's not just about the bass. Good?
so I think we got the point, yeah.
Okay, and I have dozens of more of these if you want to hear about it. So, my attorneys talked at length about the Mass DEP noise regulations, which protect us. The absence of the noise ordinance is problematic, we know that, but we have that as our recourse. So, what's wrong with acoustic, unamplified music? You want to compromise? During the August 11th show cause hearing, Ms. Reed moved for a license, actually, to be limited to acoustic, and Meth seconded it, and Mr. Matheson said he didn't know what acoustic meant. And he wasn't sure what amplified meant either. So let me just give you from Law Insider, I'd like to give you the definition of amplified sound. That means sound whose volume is increased by any electric, electronic, mechanical, or motor power means. The town of Harwich, a town that we often, I've been to many meetings, so I hear us talk about how can't we be more like Harwich. This year's Seal Pub 2022 seasonal outdoor entertainment license, after many complaints, was approved Memorial Day through Labor Day, 3 nights a week, 3 hours, acoustic guitar only, no amplified microphone. Okay, so if Harwich can do it, why can't Orleans do it? Furthermore, there was an article in the paper today, ironically, or it was sent to me today. Woodstock, New York. What do we think of when we hear Woodstock, New York? We might have different thoughts. My immediate thought is outdoor amplified entertainment. The Origin, same issues as Orleans. They passed it, they demanded that anybody who has outdoor entertainment this summer, no amplification. So there is a solution. I don't know why we're still, it's simple. You give us the relief, and we've been here, we made, as Ms. Thomas mentioned, we made a substantial effort, and we really want to resolve this at the local level and not take it to the next level. It's really harrowing, and really, I've had enough. So that's what we heard all last summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? I said I would move that way, so I don't recognize you in the mask. Is that Katie? Yes. Please come on up.
Do you want butters only, or do you do general public?
I think we'll be okay.
Katie Day, 224 Main Street. I know I've written a letter and you have received it. There are a couple additions I have to it, so I'm just going to read it quickly if that's okay with you. I am an abutter to the Barley Neck. I live next door to Laura. For a moment, I would like you to think about your homes, where you live. Visualize yourself in the summer, coming home from a long day of work, or looking forward to your day off. How do you spend your time? Maybe you catch up with your family, partner, or spouse. Maybe you unwind with a beverage on your back deck. Maybe you like to spend time working in your garden. Maybe you watch the news, or maybe that's when you practice yoga. Now imagine that someone walks into your house and turns on a radio to a level that makes it hard to focus, or read the paper, or pay attention to anything. It's on a station you can't change. You cannot turn it down. You cannot go to another room to escape it. You cannot step outside to take a break from it. 4 days a week, it is not background noise. It is steady and present in every corner of your property. If you were to issue this outdoor entertainment license, I am writing to urge you to please place specific conditions. There must be a compromise. Compromise is, of course, an essential part of any relationship and a member of a healthy society with mutual respect. Acoustic music on the lawn would be a very fair compromise. People could still enjoy music and lawn games and beverages, all in the beauty of the garden, and the neighbors could enjoy their private property. The point of the amplified music from the B&I's perspective is to draw people to the Barley Neck so they can sell more drinks and food, which we all understand is part of a business. With acoustic music, they're likely to sell even more food and drink, in my opinion, because people will be engaging with each other, enjoying background music rather than watching a show. There's no ongoing need to monitor the noise level for either the Barley Neck or for the abutters, a peaceful path forward. If you are going to allow amplified music, I am going to ask you to consider the following conditions. Limited to a maximum of 2 nights a week, with speakers directed away from private residences, perhaps towards the boatyard, which I think we've mentioned. Limited to a total of 8 weeks from the current, which the initial application was for 14 weeks, which is now doubled to 30 weeks. So limited to 8 weeks. I would also like the select board to understand that it isn't in my nature to make complaints or get too involved. I never complained at the beginning, not because it wasn't bothersome, but because I figured it was just temporary. And during COVID, it's hard to watch businesses suffer. There is a true suffering, though, that comes from this, and none of the abutters are standing up about this because we're trying to create a problem, or because we hate music, or we dislike the Barley Neck. After the ZBA meeting, I couldn't sleep, and I just kept thinking, this is all spiraled out of control. There must be another way to talk to one another and find some common ground. Perhaps I'm naive or have too much faith in humankind to have empathy, but I figure it's always worth trying. I've recently met with Mr. Ruggieri to see if we could find a path forward, and while we had a pleasant conversation and listened to one another, I'm not sure much was accomplished. We are not looking for the Barley Neck to give an inch and the neighbors to give a mile. We have been trying to handle this on our own and have received no offer of compromise or cooperation from them, and we need support from our select board. There's no question that outdoor amplified music is absolutely an increase in use, and although the zoning board chose to shirk their responsibility here, I'm hoping that you won't. As a governing body of our town, I believe you hold a very important responsibility to demonstrate good character, the ability to do what is right instead of what is popular, and to support both businesses and residents alike. I'm hoping you can understand our perspective, see my request as a true, solid compromise and suggestion, a maximum of 2 nights a week, and the maximum of 8 weeks total between June 15th and September 15th, the height of the summer season, should amplified music be allowed. I think it's common sense. We get some relief, they get to have some amplified music, and we can see how the season goes. I do hope that you take my request into strong consideration for the issuing of the license this season, and thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Larry.
You didn't recognize him.
Long time since somebody called.
I'll never call you sir again.
Thank you. I'm Larry Squire, and my wife and I, Cindy, live about a half mile down the street on Holly Lane. Have been there for 23 years, in Orleans for about 40 years, and Lower Cape residents for a lot longer than that. I'd start out by saying that contrary to some opinions, we are strong supporters of both the ownership and management of the Barley Neck, because from our perspective, they've spent a fair amount of invested to mitigate many of the issues that have been brought up before. And we are frequent visitors to the lawn, and every single time we've been there, Matt, who's the general manager, I guess, has been out there monitoring what's been going on, and I know has made suggestions to the band to tone it down or whatnot. So from our perspective, they've been very responsive. It's, I may have mentioned this before, but about 50 years ago, I was on a committee in Orleans to try to promote the town as a destination and a better place for residents and visitors, culturally and whatnot. And I think it's ironic that on the agenda tonight is a presentation by Streetsense talking about essentially the same thing. And on the website for the cultural district, the committee has a quote that says, "Public art and music is important to the town of Orleans." I couldn't agree more. The pandemic, I think, has made us all think differently about the way we do business. And you see that not only Cape-wide, but nationwide, and a lot of that is more outdoor activities for dining and retail. So you think about that and trying to support the businesses that are so critical to our town. Think about a restaurant that has increased their takeout business. And we've been out, and takeout business is a much higher percentage of the business. That creates a lot more traffic. So all of a sudden, if we have a couple neighbors complain about the traffic, what do? We change the business model for that business. Another example would be a restaurant that is serving breakfast at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with more outdoor dining. And I would claim that 30 or 40 people at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning are making more noise than potentially what we're talking about here at the Barley Neck. I think we need to do all we can to support the businesses in town. They employ people. If we don't do this, there are fewer people employed. There are fewer band members that are employed, and this is critical to the town. Opinions, I respect the opinions of the abutters. I think everybody's entitled to opinions. But at the end of the day, because there's no quantifiable measurement here, they are opinions. And I would respectfully submit that the overwhelming majority of the opinions is that this is good for the town, it's not detrimental to the neighborhood, and it should continue. We're patrons, we're extended neighbors, and as a taxpayer, I think this is a good thing for the town. we can't please everyone. We know that. I mean, you just can't do it. But when I drive down east on Main Street and see kids out there and playing bago and all the activities that are going on down there, I think it's an easy decision to say this is something that's good for the town and that we have to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Laura?
I'm Laura Shield, 2 Beach Road. This is a really terrible and unfortunate deja vu that I find us all back here again. As it was mentioned last year, the Barley and Neck Inn had their trial season to make changes, and as Victoria said, they're still making promises. They have not provided any evidence whatsoever. In that abomination of a zoning board meeting last week, Attorney John Kanaga went on with wistful descriptions of the glory days of the property back as it was in 1971. The Pequod, as it was known for its head-banging live music, raucously extending beyond rattling windows that were open, no insulation, no doors, and uninsulated walls. Bargoers were loud, carefree, and very drunk, as Kanaga relayed from his research. And it was not at all unusual for one to enter on horseback or even astride a motorcycle into the bar. And in its wisdom, the board members decided that the current licensing that exists is actually not an intensification, it's an improvement. Current conditions now to have live amplified music on the lawn mid-May to November for 4 nights a week. So I'd like to ask, is this how the town of Orleans views its cultural district? That because the Barley and Neck Inn can no longer allow people on horseback or motorcycles at the bar, that this should be considered an enhancement of our cultural offerings, and even despite numerous abutters, with no respect to people who are not abutters, who live half a mile away, who can say that they can drive by and they don't hear things. I didn't call the police last year. I went directly to Matt multiple times, multiple evenings, to ask that the volume be turned down. I invited him over to my house to hear the volume. Every single time he refused. He would not walk 60 feet across the street and listen to my complaints. Noise levels were left to band members. That didn't happen. Things were not. They have repeatedly lied and failed and have not reached out to abutters, and yet we are continued to be blamed. We're continued to make excuses. Owners and management have used Facebook as a stage to malign neighbors and spread false claims about legal issues. As a direct and obvious neighbor, I've been the victim of threats by Facebook users who wanted to know my personal address. They've accused me of being a miserable person, sucking the joy out of everyone's life, fun police, entitled, and unneighborly. Just last month, Facebook users John Lipman, Tom McNellis, and Pamela Phipps gleefully offered to arrange a gas-powered leaf blower parade in front of my home on Easter Sunday at 4 p.m. Everything with the band and the saying we're going to take out the bass has nothing to do with the rest of the harassment and the lack of cooperation and the blame and the stress and the anxiety that is experienced by all abutters, not just one or two. And anyone who doesn't live next door, who is not a direct abutter, has no idea what this is like to live here and to have to experience this. And in previous meetings, when we've stood before you, Richard Catania has repeatedly stated that the music venue is not a moneymaker for the inn. So I'm going to ask you, what's behind the motivation? What's behind the motivation to increase the hours where the music can be played and it can be unamplified? Never once have I stood here in front of this board multiple times and said there should be no music. we have said, let it be acoustic. Let people enjoy the lawn. Let people enjoy the experience of being in an outdoor, beautiful setting that the Barley Neck Inn has created with the gardens, with the Adirondack chairs. Let it be acoustic. People will not like it less if it's acoustic. People will not continue to go there and listen to music and have their fun intergenerational tumbling and experience on the lawn. But I can't take this anymore. Would any of you not be bothered by hearing this music thumping in your house with no escape whatsoever up to 4 nights a week from mid-May until the end of November? I think not. And I think anyone out here who dares to say that it would not be bothersome has not experienced any of this. So I'm going to ask, do we have faith in our local town officials to preserve, protect, and respect our rights as private property owners in the face of unreasonable and unlawful noise, threats, stress, and continued unrest? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Steve Simon. I live at 24 Beach Road. I'm the butter. I've been there for almost 30 years now. We're big supporters of the Barley Neck. I sit on my back porch. My hot tub butts right up as close to that as I can hear it and sit in the evening. I don't have a similar experience as to everybody else. Could we shut this off? I mean, we're amplifying this, which I'm trying to make a point. I mean, this is amplified. We amplify in a room this big so people can hear one another. I think the Barley Necks jumped through hoops. We've gone over this time and again. I think they're close to 40 abutters. And a lot of them you're either hearing speak positively or they're just being quiet because it's really not that noisy. We call it a cultural district without music. I think that's a bit of a misnomer. We're talking about drumming up business. We spent the first hour and a half here tonight talking about what we can do to support business. We're talking about 3 hours a week, off at 8 o'clock, 4 days a week. Now, I have a rip-roaring bash in my backyard once a year, and we always shut it down when the police show up, and the police always show up at 10 o'clock, because that's the rule. I'm more apt to hear the concerts at the beach at my house, especially if the wind's right. The Barley Neck should be treated like the ball field. It should be treated like the concerts that we have in town that are outdoors at our venues. And I don't think I've got anything more to add than that. It's just, I'm a neighbor. I love it. We've been there for 30 years. We knew they were there when we moved in. And thank God they're still there, because if you live in the East Orleans, you're watching this whole rural business district just shrink. Ronnie's gone. Katie's is gone. All sorts of, it's getting smaller and smaller, and it's nice to be able to sit out in the yard and reacquaint with your neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks. Just for a second.
Two very quick questions. I do not think this fellow is an abutter, technically, under the law. Secondly, I would like him to tell us how far his property line is and how far his residence is to the source of the noise on the Barley Neck Inn lawn. Because distance is very important with noise.
I think I don't want to get into this kind of debate. And before we go any further, because I do want to allow everybody to get a question, I think, John, if I could ask you, I don't know if the board has had any information given to them about this whole issue of the ruling by the ZBA and what an appeals period is, and what the rules are now with that. And I know that you talked to our, we're without attorney here, so.
Sure. Well, my understanding from town council, obviously the zoning board of appeals overturned the building commissioner's determination. So as it stands right now, they are allowed to have outdoor entertainment. There's nothing preventing them from applying to this board for a license. There's nothing that stays their right to apply for a license. I believe council, our town council advised, the lawyer is aware. There's nothing under the law that prevents a license from being issued during an appeal. Appeals are within 20 days of the decision being filed. I'm not sure when the decision will be filed by the zoning board. That's their right to appeal to court. But there's nothing that says that this board can't consider a license in the interim. It's really up to the board. There's nothing that says that you have to, and there's nothing that says you can't. It's really, at that point, it's at the risk of the Barley Neck. Should the matter be overturned, they would be remanded back to the zoning board. So, at the end of the day, there is nothing preventing the board from issuing a license.
Let me just ask one question before I give it to you. A separate issue is there is a right to file for an injunction, separate from the appeal of the appeals board.
Yeah, that would be up to their counsel. They would have to seek an injunction that would prevent this board from issuing a license. I'm not, but again, that's incumbent on them. And then the judge would have to issue the injunction based on a reasonable chance of them prevailing during the suit. So, but again, counsel's not here tonight, so you asked me the question. We told the Barley Neck that they could apply for this license. I had conversations with the chair and the vice chair that depending on the outcome of the zoning board, this board would consider the application at the next meeting. And so that's been known, it's been on your agenda planner pending the outcome. So there's really nothing that's changed. It's really, we've been waiting to see what the outcome of the zoning board matter is.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that you had raised the point, which I think is important for the viewers to understand, that should we decide to issue a license with constraints or not, that does not weigh in with the ZBA's considerations. Whether we act or not doesn't prejudice the ZBA. Is that true?
Well, at the end of the day, there's nothing under the zoning bylaw, which is the reason why the board referred them to the zoning board in the first place, to make a determination, referred it to the building commissioner. The building commissioner determined that it was a pre-existing non-conforming, and it was an expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming, and it required a special permit. Well, they had the right to appeal. They appealed to the zoning board. The zoning board voted 4-1 to overturn that decision, meaning it's not a pre-existing non-conforming. It's by right. So there's nothing here that you had asked for the zoning determination. That's been ruled on. The butters do have the right to appeal, but that's a separate issue. That's not before this board.
Okay, so who would like to go first? Kevin.
We just heard that Zoning Board of Appeals issued a ruling. 4 o'clock today, I went to the town clerk's office. I know of no ruling. Why is this here? I really do not see a legal opinion to us that says what this new law is. I tried my damnedest to find it today. We have had a lawsuit filed against us for over a year now because of not following procedures. I am not comfortable acting on this. It has nothing to do with the merits. It's just a matter of why is this before us tonight? The issuance of a ZBA decision has not even been posted. It's as if it didn't even happen. Yeah, I can look at the video, but that's not their decision. I'm not ready. You guys want to vote, put conditions, either I'm abstaining or I'm out of here. I'm not ready on this one. And I don't mean to dismiss any of what people said, but I don't think we did you a service by bringing you right in. And I was not one that promised to do that.
Kevin, would you, can I ask?
Seriously.
Would you defer until there is a ruling on the appeal? What's your remedy? How would you like us to proceed?
You heard what I just said. I want to see the ZBA opinion, and I want Mike Ford to say that cannot stand in the way of the board issuing a license. I heard comments was made, an email. We can't operate like that as a board. unless you want your name on another lawsuit, and I do not.
Anybody else?
I guess, Mr. Chair, I would ask, John, has you discussed with your client if acoustical is an option? Yeah,
That's really up to us, too.
I'm just asking. I'd like to work together.
Sorry, I want to speak into the microphone. I have discussed it with my client. I think it was originally, we were trying to go with that's down here, right? And I think the fear is that it's not heard at all, but he will consider it if that's what the board is willing to consider. So, you're the licensing authority. I think there's a little disconnect too on the timeline. I think the new license, as opposed to the former license, the one that's been discussed, has the dates in it. Like, I don't think we wrote in, or was that just the license time period?
No, that's the total, and I think the discussion was if there happens to be a warm day in the fall, there could be an event. But
Yeah, I didn't want to act like we had
no, that
proposed
is
that.
that is the seasonal licenses available from April 1 through November 30.
So again, if there's restrictions the board wants to put on it, I think that's up to you. And we're not deaf to Katie Day and Laura Shield, so. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
I think it was good that here in public tonight, at this license hearing, that we've had some discussion or presentation from people that offered potential compromises, whether it's an 8-week period only, where they could be amplified without the bass, drum, or guitar, that acoustic could happen whenever the seasonal license, as John said, goes from April till November. Not that anybody wants to do it. They wouldn't want to be out there yesterday or today. But, I'd really like to see, and I don't know if we can orchestrate it through the board with crafting a license tonight, but a genuine attempt at allowing for some of the music to play, the amplified music to play. We've given every other applicant basically carte blanche to do what they wanted. I've mentioned this before, the town of Orleans has their concerts down at Nauset Beach and Eldridge Park and everything else. I think if there's a willingness to limit the amplified to a couple of nights for that 8-week period, the door is still open for acoustic on the other 2 nights for the rest of the season. And if the owners are willing to talk about that seriously and go down that road, I think it's a good first step to solving a problem here that's not going to go away.
Okay.
We have a more profound question about whether we can act, right? In terms of this board issue a license given Mr. Galligan's comments.
Go ahead.
I feel we could give the license based on a contingent of the ruling from the ZBA. Or I'm fine with waiting 1 week and finding what's going to be the ruling this week. So,
Let me go down the road one more step in the compromise thing. John, do we know if the ZBA is going to make their filing?
I don't know when the chairman is going to have the decision. They've been running behind on filing decisions.
He files that decision with whom?
So the appeal period starts when he files it with the town clerk.
Right.
So I know they've been behind on their decisions getting filed. So as I said, this is up to the board what you wish to do.
Can we ask the chairman to make that filing this week, and we can reconvene next week, and that in that period of time, if the owner is willing to work out that compromise in terms of a short and amplified season and whatnot, that we could be here next week with the filing made. If there's an appeal, there's an appeal. I don't think that's the issue for Kevin, is it?
It's having
Just having the
decision
filing
on
made,
file.
yeah. Having the decision filed, and give the people a chance to further craft their application. And, Phil might want to speak to that, or John.
Mr. Chair, I also think it behooves us, because people have taken time and expense to appear tonight, to keep loading that expense in terms of council and everybody coming out. It would be good if we could get something, some kind of consensus on our part to guide them, even if we wait until that decision is. I'm just worried about everybody having to do this over and over and over again, because it would be good if we had a contingency set up, I think.
I'll just say, I agree with the sentiment about the sort of compromising dialogue that's been going on. I don't know that what that compromise could be, and I also agree that I think waiting a week until we satisfy that requirement is a reasonable thing. I think a compromise would be a great solution if we could find one. And Mark suggested 2 nights of amplified, 2 nights of acoustic. I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying that that's an offer. I think the other elements that are in here are length of the season. I mean, we're talking about more than half the year, which seems long. And I think that part of the struggle this year was this effort to try to make the rules for all venues in town the same, without acknowledging that zoning districts are different. And this is a different zoning district from all of the other licenses that we've sort of considered this spring. So I don't mind waiting a week. But is there some way to put any or get the message to the ZBA that
Well, the chairman writes the decisions. What I don't know is whether or not he brings them back to the full committee before he files them. I could send him an email right after the meeting asking him, but there's no guarantee it's going to be filed by Wednesday next week.
Yeah, knowing how that committee works.
I know there has been a delay in filing decisions, and town council's been offering to assist. So to Kevin's point, I don't know when it's
Well,
going to happen.
our town council could
yeah.
tell us whether we have exposure here, the opinion isn't filed.
Town council spoke directly to Andrea and Beth at the
writing.
town meeting and said
Right.
there's
So,
nothing
No, I think
preventing the board
that's-
from issuing a license.
I think the question is, there's the letter of the law, and then there's the spirit of the law, and I think that we're talking more about the spirit of the law here.
You're talking about the appeal period. They can't file the appeal till the decision is filed. But Michael and I talked frequently about the zoning board decisions, and if the board would like something from town council, I could get that too.
Yeah.
That seems to be.
If the chair of the ZBA could use the help of Mike Ford to get something done.
I have Mike call him frequently if there's anything we can do to help him with, because he's the only one that does the decisions for the zoning board.
Mr. Chair, could I make maybe a laundry list for us, that we get in writing something from Mike Ford about so that the issue of whether we are acting in good faith and within our purview legally is put to bed, that we can get within a week. I don't think Mike Ford would have an issue turning that around, since he already verbally gave it to us, but the rest of the select board doesn't have it in writing. But again, knowing how the ZBA proceeds, that we work to craft a contingent license with input from the parties who are here, whenever that whenever Mr. Marnick finishes his work and files it. So it could begin coincidental with that filing. I think that, and whenever it is, whether it's next week or in 2 weeks or whenever. But in the meantime, at least by next week, we've cleared the question of legally can we proceed.
Go ahead, Michael.
I mean, as I said, I'm fine with going tonight based on Mike Ford's verbal discussion, but if we want to wait till next week, that's fine. It's the sense of the board, but we're going to be back into the same situation we're here tonight. So to Mark's point, and your point, that I think we do need to come to a compromise, and it would be helpful, of course, not needed, but helpful if it was worked out before and discussed, but I mean, I am for music. I would like to see a compromise worked out with the neighbors, and hopefully we can do that by next week. That would be my suggestion.
Is that okay with you?
So, I think because we've been dealing with this now for such a long period of time, that if the neighbors and the inn can get together and come up with a compromise similar to the things that Katie Day mentioned tonight, that Mr. Kanager has presented tonight, I think that would be great. We could put it all to bed next week. If that doesn't happen, then I think I would have a propensity to craft the compromise ourselves and say, here you go. Here are the terms of your license. If you don't like it, so be it. We're going to bake the compromises in ourselves, because that's our authority to do it.
Can I ask a question of us?
Go ahead.
We had no appetite last year for, even though we've issued other licenses for non-amplified music, as Stephen quoted me tonight, when I tried to get non-amplified in this particular setting, again, understanding that even to the comments about the cultural district, we have been working in terms of economic development for activity, business, housing, cultural magnet activity in the downtown area. And that is not what this location is. So there's a different sensitivity to the impacts of residents. And this is not a music venue, and ballparks are under a different usage in town than a restaurant. So we just need to clarify that in terms of zoning. But what I would like to say is that, is there any appetite among us as a board to issue a license for non-amplified music in this case, since we were not able to do that last year? That's a question of us.
Not tonight, but I have an appetite for that.
Yeah, not tonight. I just want to know if that's, because what I'm feeling we're working towards is unconstrained in terms of, season or nights a week. They could do 4 nights a week without amplification versus 2 nights a week amplified for an 8-week season and 2 nights, as you just suggested, Mark. So I just don't know how to, again, let business grow in a way that respects the privacy that one expects in your own home?
I think, Katie,
I just have a quick comment.
okay.
I just want to say that I don't really love, I mean, I feel like you guys are select board and it's your job to decide on the license and to put us to have to deal with the neighbors in the next week and come up with a compromise. This doesn't seem like a fair, this doesn't seem like a good position to put us in.
Yeah, and so I think I agree with Mark that, you know, if that's not possible, then we'll figure it out ourselves.
But, Mr. Chair, we've already asked them to deal with the neighbors over and over again last summer. They have not been able to do that so that both parties are happy. I think this falls to us. I think this is our responsibility.
Okay.
I don't have a problem taking on that responsibility for next week. I think we get it cleared up legally and then take on that responsibility ourselves. I think it would be helpful if we knew that there was, you know, and I'm not suggesting, Katie, that you would have to sit down and negotiate with the inn owners or anything like that, but just as you people talk to each other, when you come.
We did.
Right, but I'm just saying, you know, that I think you were the one that talked about the potential for the compromise. I'm not sure the rest of the abutters would go along with that.
They want no amplification.
They just want no amplification, but, so, you know, I'm not sure what Mr. Ruggieri is willing to do. I'm sure that we can, you know, find out from him through his attorney, and we can make our decision if it's something that works for both sides. That's what we'll do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I need you to come to a microphone.
So you're recorded.
And identify yourself for the viewing public.
My name's Phil Ruggieri, and my wife Claire and I own the Barley Neck. For what it's worth, you can hear from me. We would be willing to do the acoustic 4 nights a week. We were not asking to do this 4 nights a week from the middle of April until the middle of November. That's illogical in anybody's estimation. But yes, as someone said, if the weather was really good on the third weekend in October, maybe, you know, schedule a band or two if the weather was going to be nice. And I would like to remind everybody that even though in the new legislation or new application process that you guys came up with this year, and I do appreciate it, you talked about the fact that we can use any nights. You really can't. If you've scheduled something on a Monday to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the weather doesn't turn out to be great, you can't go back and make it happen at the beginning of the week. So remember that we averaged 2.7 days a week, not 4. That's just the way weather works. We're all outdoors. We're not like some of the other venues that have, you know, that indoor and you can open it all up concept. So just as a point, we would be willing to do that. We're anticipating kind of mid-June to mid-September. That's really the season. But we learned last year that late September into October can be beautiful, and we get a lot of people coming to visit our town. And we'd like to be able to, you know, help out with that. So, yes, that's a compromise that we would be happy to make. I would ask, though, the board did specifically state right to me when we had the confusion at the last board meeting, that once we went to the zoning board and the zoning board ruled that the board's representatives would talk with the zoning board the very next day so that we could be put right on the agenda so that we could get a decision the next week. Because we do have, you know, Memorial Day coming up, and we're already behind the 8 ball in trying to schedule bands. And now if we're going to limit it to certain types of bands, I really need, you know, a chance to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Again, I'm open to making a decision now based on that information.
What do you,
or a vote.
what do you propose?
I propose acoustic only.
I'll second that.
And it can be contingent on the ZBA filing and my court, but yes, I mean, I think, as Mr. Ruggieri has said, and we've known for a while, the season is coming, and we need to move this expeditiously, so.
If I could just ask a question, you're conditioned on on receiving the written ruling from the ZBA is what is in.
I think we have to.
Yes,
I mean,
okay.
yes.
Written and town council clearing our capacity to proceed.
Yeah, that would override, but we've done that with other licenses.
I'll ask town council, I'll send them a message tonight, please confirm in writing, as he's told me and he's told the board, the members of the board,
I didn't hear it.
that the town can go forward. I mean, I think at this point, if that is,
John, yeah, that's part of it.
and I'll certainly also, as I said, I will also ask the zoning board chairman to please file his decision as quickly as possible. And if we could have that for next Wednesday, that would be great.
So,
It shouldn't be, they simply were they overturned the building commissioner, so I'm not sure how difficult that decision is compared to some of them where they have findings and they have all the other things. But I'm not sure of what their process is to get that filed.
Can I ask Michael to restate?
Okay.
Michael, are you saying, is your motion that contingent on the filing of the ZBA of finding and Michael Ford's opinion, that you would issue a license for acoustic music only, 4 nights a week, and the duration would be the season as proposed in the general entertainment license, as long as the music is acoustic?
So moved. Yes,
Just,
exactly.
I needed
Yep,
to hear
yep.
the rest of the parameters that you were proposing.
And just to clarify, that is the 7-month window.
It's the window that's on the application, whatever's on our application and that we allow.
It's acoustic,
But it's acoustic, and that, I feel, is a fair compromise.
and we mean non-amplified or
Correct.
acoustic.
One question, if I can, because Mr. Ruggieri was kind enough to speak to us before. The application also initially talked about having recorded music on the lawn.
Oh, yeah, Spotify.
Spotify, is that something you'd like to continue to do?
Yes.
Your live bands would be acoustic, but the recorded music would be out there?
Recorded acoustic music or recorded rock? That's the bass, though. I know, but
Music through the system to the degree that it didn't negatively impact the neighbors any more than having live acoustic bands with 4 guitars going.
that's right, that's not the threshold that we're talking about. We're then back to the same threshold about just noise.
You know,
That's the motion is acoustic music.
Yeah,
It's not
thank you.
amplified music, so
Thank you.
that's
Take it back to the motion.
what the motion is. And again, it's a seasonal, and we're going to see what happens this season. It can, again, be revoked at any time by the select board, and gives us a path to move forward that is a compromise and reasonable. And
But an acoustic
Live
approval would not allow Spotify.
no, it would not.
And, okay.
So it's live
We're talking about
acoustic.
live music
Live
at the
music.
end of the day.
It's outdoor
Right.
entertainment, live
That's
music.
the primary discussion here.
Right, and employs musicians.
Yes.
Okay. Does everybody sort of understand? what
So,
this-
so I understand the license we're giving would be for the live music, outdoor entertainment. Having music playlists from Spotify or whatever on speakers is something that happens at businesses all over town that don't apply for an outdoor entertainment license.
Then they'll have to deal with the noise ordinance. It's not part of the license, Mark, right?
So they could have music outside on speakers without being part of this?
I think so.
I don't, yeah, John's shaking
No,
his
they
head.
applied for both. They applied for recorded music and live music. They need an entertainment license for both. Outdoor entertainment is both.
So a DJ, if somebody's giving a party?
Yeah, so that, if you look at the application, all of the type of entertainment they want to have a license for is listed on the application.
Right.
And they've checked with both. They checked that they wanted to have, if you look at what they submitted, they want to have recorded, live, and an amplification system, and so that's for everything. So if you're telling them no amplified music, then it would be non-amplified recorded music. But all you're talking about is the live music. They also applied for the other as well. That's all part of the license application that they're asking you to consider.
I'm just trying to refresh my memory here, because I think we had some restaurants from downtown that were
They were indoor.
granted their outdoor dining areas and were specifically asked if they were going to have any entertainment out there, and they had music that was, background music from inside would be through speakers played outside in the outdoor dining area as well. And that was fine with everyone. I'm just asking what the difference is between that and this. If you're just having...
Well, they've actually, in this case, they're applying for a license to do a multitude of things, and it's all part of the same application. So, if a restaurant is in the dining area alone, has got background music playing, that hasn't been an issue as far as an entertainment license. We've not had those. In this case, it's for a specific location, separate and apart from the dining area. So I think that's the difference. But, hey, you're the licensing authority. This is what they've applied to you to do.
So, actually, my question is, Mark, I think you're right. I'm not sure that it was indoor, that it was, I thought it was the rail, but the rail's here. But somebody had said before that they were playing music through Spotify or Pandora or something. But I guess my question is, again, we're trying to make sure that sound is controlled on a site in such a way that it benefits the business and doesn't detract from the privacy of the abutters. I think that's the essential question. And so if and the amplified, as in the permit application here, the amplified no bass or no bass drum or no bass guitar, my question is, how do you control that through Spotify depending on the music choice? Whereas Michael is making a clean application for the permit is live music only. So we would end up constraining their license, it sounds like, if we stick with the motion on the floor.
Well, I guess my question is, and I'm not trying to drag this thing out longer than it's been dragged out already, but if we give them a license for live music, acoustic music, 4 nights during the season, period, that, because that's the outdoor entertainment, that's the live music outdoor entertainment, that doesn't stop them from having some speakers outside with music playing on those speakers, just like every other restaurant in town does, if their license allows them to serve alcohol and food outside.
In the dining areas, right?
Then they're no different than anybody else.
I'm not sure that we have our information correct.
Yeah, we're not. So maybe that's something we need to break into a separate issue and issue the license the way Michael has suggested and get a further reading on what happens to amplified music. I'm not aware of a restaurant in town right now that has this speaker music outside of their dining area.
Their outside dining area.
No, yeah, but beyond that onto their lawn, no.
Oh.
But that goes with the liquor license, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm understanding correctly, if I may?
Yes, please.
John, they can reapply and add a separate license too if they had an additional use further on that they wanted. This tonight would just get the live music acoustic moving forward.
Yes.
which I think is something crucial.
That they need to book.
If they choose to, and we, investigate it further and check out the other restaurants, whether the other restaurants are doing it or not, we have a new outdoor 10-minute license that maybe they need to apply for it. I don't know. But at least this moves this part forward, and if we find out that other people are applying and we're approving, then maybe we should relook at this on a separate application. But for now, I would still stick with the motion that's been seconded and call for a vote.
And so to restate your motion, the motion is to approve acoustic music 4 nights a week, subject to the receipt of a written opinion from Michael Ford and from a written ruling from the
CBA.
ZBA.
Correct. And the duration is what is stated in our normal license.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I heard Mark say he thought it was for the season. I heard Michael say it's only on the application. Is this time-bound in any way, or is it not?
It's the application.
It's the application. So, Mr. Chair, can I just say, and again, you made this reference in terms of our different zoning districts, and despite what the ZBA's, opinion, ruling is, which we don't know, we don't see it, it was mentioned earlier today, recalling the days of the 70s, were great days. They really were a lot of fun.
I barely remember them.
But if you look back at the direction that this district took in East Orleans, 1986, go to the town reports, look at the zoning decisions, look what voters did. They moved this district much more to a residential, rural environment to protect the residents. So I'm saying this only because we may hear tonight, all the heydays. Those were tightened by this town. If people don't like the zoning district the way it is, there's a process for that. But I do feel that this board has got to honor the direction that this town has moved, and it's to make this much more a rural, residential, and if there's some compatibility, which I think we're achieving tonight, all well and good. But this is an outlier, folks.
Yeah.
This is not, like Uptown. Everything we heard from Streetscape tonight in terms of culture belongs uptown, not here. Thank you.
The only,
If I may, I would agree with Kevin, but this is an existing business that has been there. I'm not comparing it to the 70s. What's happening in 2022 is very different. We allowed this as a town, of course, last year during COVID. To say that we're trying to mirror what's in the 70s by doing this is not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is honor a business, keep them going forward, make a compromise with the neighborhood, test it out for one season, as these are all seasonal licenses, and live up to what we all talk about as being good neighbors. And that's where I see this. And we're all going to be hopefully sitting on this board at the end of this season. And the buck will stop with us if it is not handled neighborly.
So let's see.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I
Yes.
second.
Mark seconded. And so my restating of the motion is agreed that
Yes.
everybody, you got that, John, what the motion is? Okay, so let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, just add one more comment. It was thankful to all the neighbors and the abutters who have commented. I found it very distressing, the comments about bullying, intimidation on social media. That is not being a good neighbor in any stretch of the term. And I really hope I'm not saying from what side or what was discussed, and I didn't really go down that hole. I'm really hoping whatever was, if it is not neighborly, is taken down. And that's not how we treat our neighbors in this town.
Thank you.
Yes?
You have some-
I just want to say that all the Facebook, and I'm on Facebook all the time, all the Facebook notices from the Barley Neck Inn, specific from them, has been very clear not to be negative, not to make any angst with the neighbors. So if people go on their own websites, it's not coming from the manager, the owner, the Barley Neck Inn. It's coming from other people. I have it too, but it's been very much
enough.
said, don't do it.
It's enough. We've got the phone.
Let's, John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I gotta address that. So I appreciate what they're saying, and I appreciate the direction to not be negative and
Please,
to not
please.
to not bully. But that's not come from my clients. The Ruggieris have taken specific offense to that, and I guess I'd be remiss for not addressing it and addressing it as a implication. Any attorney, a friend of mine watching this, any implication of what would be a crime to improve your standing in a civil issue is a ethical problem.
Yes.
So,
Well, Mr. Chair, I was not
No, I
saying
wasn't-
that it
yeah,
was
no, I know.
sponsored or endorsed in any way by the Barley Neck. I was just telling everybody that if you think you're doing a favor for somebody by acting like that, it really is not a favor.
Please don't,
And
yeah.
that's all I'm saying. In no way I'm saying that the Barley Neck endorses or condones any type of bullying or intimidation.
thank you. I just wanted to clear it up.
Okay.
I think we're done with that, right?
I think we're done for the night. Would you like to add? Please come up.
Is it possible for me to get the copy of the opinion from town council on, or should I make a formal public records request, or?
No, we can give that to you.
It'll be in the board's packet. For
When you get it, John, as soon as you get it, if you could let her have it.
Could you, yeah, okay. Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Number 6.
Outdoor entertainment license.
I'm voting no on this one.
Yeah, these guys are done.
Yeah, because it's the chamber, right?
Well, you know, the irony of this next application is that they actually put in there the term light amplification.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, I saw that and I said, let me leave it out because I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So anyways, number 6, if I can find where
But
we
it's
are.
only on Thursdays.
So it's on page 93.
Yeah.
And
This is
so,
the chamber?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, this is music at the old firehouse.
At the Parish Park.
Great,
Parish Park.
Great
And it
spot.
replaces our Village Green concerts.
Right.
so they're looking for the ability to have lightly amplified music on Thursdays, the July 7th, 14th, 21, 28, August 4th, and 11th. It's actually, I think they say it's in there from 5 to 8 p.m. on those days.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to
Please.
approve the request of Lisa Simonson, manager of the Orleans Chamber of Commerce, located 44 Main Street, Orleans, for a seasonal weekday outdoor entertainment license for Thursdays, specifically July 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th, August 4th, August 11th, 2022, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. for light amplification live music in Parish Park. Outdoor entertainment not to exceed 4-hour window, including set of time and sound checks, subject to all local, state rules, regs, bylaws, permits, approvals, said license to expire November 30th, 2022, unless sooner revoked by this board.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
And
Discussion.
can I add that this is fantastic, because they're picking up on the Parish Park concerts and the previous Village Green concerts that I produced for 3 years. So it's fantastic, and it's going to be coincidental with Story Hour on, I believe the Story Hour is coming Saturday from the Cultural District. So this is fantastic, and we should thank the Chamber for picking this up.
We won't even think about whether outdoor storytelling is outdoor entertainment.
It's not amplified.
Okay. Anyways, motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that one's done.
So item number 7 is a request to change the hours, the rail, and the owner-manager is here.
He's been here for the last 3 hours.
Evening. That's important stuff.
This one should be a little easier.
Neighbor, resident, so I'm interested in all that too. I will tell you, I won't touch an outdoor music entertainment license for
You
the
don't
foreseeable
need
future.
to, right?
I don't want to. Let's see. So, yeah, This is to extend our liquor license. Sometime last summer, we asked for and received an extension to 9 PM from, I believe we had 6 PM approval previously. That was geared more towards private events, which we were able to book. This one, we're actually getting ready to launch dinner service, and we're really excited about that, to kind of bring more business to the area, help us out, for sure. And every place in town has a wait list through the whole summer, so we're hoping we can capture some of that. We anticipate closing the kitchen about 9 or 9:30 PM, probably last seating around 9, so extending the liquor license to 10 would just allow the patrons to continue their, drinks as they finish dinner. We have no interest in the late night service. I get enough of that Squire. Get home at about 3 or 4 AM for those shifts and then roll right into work here, so we don't want to do that. We're just asking for a little extension to support dinner service.
Mr. Chair, if I may, vote to approve the request for changes of hours for the annual all-alcoholic beverage common vitic.
That word is always hard.
Liquor license for Nostit Gastronomy, doing business as The Rail, 222 Main Street, Cameron Hadfield, manager with hours of operation 8 AM to 10 PM, Monday to Saturday, and 10 AM to 10 PM on Sunday, subject to all local and state rules, regulations, permits, approvals, laws, and bylaws, and in accordance with the Town of Orleans rules and regulations of the Liquor Licensing Authority, last revised on June 10th, 2015, and Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 138. Said amended license to be issued after approval from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission is received and expiring on December 31st, 2022.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Have a great summer.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, if we get out of here really.
We're open to,
Did you deliver?
we open to 10, that's the.
That's the good part. Thank you all.
All right. Dancing Spoons.
So you have an application for an annual Hawkers and Peddlers license for Dancing Spoons food truck. They weren't able to be here tonight, so they've had this before. And the question, no issue with them operating the area over by CVS. And my recommendation is you would vote to approve that tonight.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the application of Lisa Whalen, DBA Dancing Spoons Food Truck, for a hawkers and peddlers license to sell assorted food items and soft beverages from the CVS Route 6A parking lot area located at 116 to 118 Route 6A, subject to all laws, regulations, approvals, bylaws, permits, and licenses. Said license to expire on December 31st, 2022.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So, post-mortem. Why don't we just,
On us, right?
Yeah.
We're all dead.
anybody want to say anything? Go ahead, Mark.
One thing I think that I was really happy with was the fact that the moderator was able to, I think we finally got it dialed in with the clickers. You have a voice vote on anything that just requires a voice vote. If you need the clicker, you got it there. If you don't, then don't waste the time.
Right.
It made things go much, much, much more smoothly and quickly. I think it really worked well for everyone. The fact that we got through special and the 72 whatever on the regular warrant in that shorter period of time says, the system worked well Monday night.
Mr. Chair, just one quick one. I'm not going to delve into how it went. I, agree not only with what Mark said in terms of David's flow of when to use and when not to use clickers went really well, but I think everybody was mindful of getting out of there and getting it done in one night, which was amazing. My only request, actually through you, and if we could put it to the town administrator, is there were a number of action items. And over the years, I just become so at a loss when I'm asked, what happened with Mill Pond? You know, what happened with this? When we have all these votes, I would love, John, if you could put together a spreadsheet that would just say, town meeting action register, list the article, what's going on, who's got it, and where it's at. Just a simple one-pager. I think it's just a real.
And if I could just piggyback on this, because I was thinking about this too, John, in terms of your administrator's report. All of what Kevin said, but the only one I had in my mind was the traffic light. I would like I would like to track that.
Yeah, by the day.
Yeah.
No, and so we already have the proposal, 12,500, as soon as we can, to do the design.
Nice.
No, that's just design.
That's the design.
It's okay.
Yes. So as soon as we can locate funding to do that, we would get started with the design, we'll get a timeline, we'll get the information back to the board, and the goal would be to go out to bid as quickly as we can once we have the construction funding in place, and if we can get the work done, you know, over the summer, that would be a goal.
And if somebody, if you could assign somebody the job of keeping the petition, the petitioner.
Tom Daly has that job assigned to him already.
You know, keep her updated as we go. Thank you.
Yes. So Tom got the proposal from the engineer right after we were asked to do it, and I mentioned it to Meth that, you know, we're in good shape as far as getting that work started.
Michael.
I think I know we've all discussed, but I think we all want to thank the town administrator's office,
Yes.
the town clerk's office, the DPW for the setup, and the information services, and doing this live stream seamlessly, which I heard back from a lot of people. They really
watched
enjoyed
it, yeah.
watching it. So I know we all said it before internally, but it would be nice to know how appreciative that was, and it went off without a technical or snafu in any way.
You are very welcome.
Oh my
Voice from
God.
behind the wall.
Speaking
Pay
of
no
the-
attention to the woman behind the curtain.
Right. Speaking of that voice, one of the things that we had said, no PowerPoints, and I think that also contributed to the speed and having the handouts. I thought was a
handouts.
great compromise.
Yeah, and who knew Tom Daly could be so eloquent without a PowerPoint when he spoke to the sewer system question?
Meth,
Eloquent, is that what you called it?
Yeah.
eloquent, yeah. I would like to say one thing. It was still apparent by the nature of the questions that our commitment and our plan to keep developing language around a longer CIP and kind of
Yes.
the bonding issues and how the town spends money. We still hear questions that people don't understand at town meeting at times when we're moving money from one pocket to another and when we're creating new debt or new expenses on the tax rate. And I think we'll continue our efforts to make that clear.
So once again, I'll jump in to sort of piggyback, and I'll just use this. I would really like to request that you and Kathy Doan and Scott Walker come to us soon, and I would like to review the financial information that was in the Finance Committee report that was in the warrant, that people were citing from town floor, because when I read that report and looked at those numbers, I didn't really, I guess, I paid attention, but I didn't really think it mattered that much, but there's a lot of information in there that I think was not correct, and I would like to at least have that.
So we're going to have that on the
analyzed.
agenda for next week, to have that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
And
It'll help us with the CIP eventually, too.
Right, because that's the next thing, to take the debt
Yes.
schedules and expand out and start to show when it drops off. And we do put in the CIP what the annual principal and interest cost is. So if we can make it reasonably illustrative and understandable to be able to show the goal is a level tax rate.
And the relationship between managing that debt service, doing the policy shifts into the reserve fund of our 14%
Right.
commitment to make sure we save the multi-million dollars on interest rates.
Right.
I think we have to be as, the same way we've developed kind of conservation issues about keeping our water. If we could eventually have the financial sophistication to tease out the financial conservation issues for the town's health in a elevator speech method, here are the bullets that by which we do our financial management, that would be a great service to the town.
yeah, and how we handle the enterprise funds And then that subsequent article where they were like, I don't know who was reading it, it might have been you, Kevin, but I asked you, Mark, if you had ever seen that before. There was like 12 or.
In the motion
Yeah.
for where the fund,
Yeah,
we
you
actually
have to.
tried to simplify it this year. We used to have just big run-on sentence. Now we make the bullet items, so people,
Much better.
what you have to do is you have to show where the money is coming from, and that's how the general fund gets funded each year. And that's where some of the confusion.
There was a lot of confusion with that.
Because the payment from one into the
Yes,
general
that's the
fund to
pocket.
reimburse
Yeah,
the
that's
cost.
what
I was quite frankly a little confused by the question, too.
Yeah, I
in
think the
terms
guy
of-
was thinking that there was, because the budget, that article has the school budget and the town budget commingled
He thought it
there.
was the school budget.
He thought it was the school budget that was
Right.
getting, commingled with enterprise funds, and it just wasn't.
But another guy asked the question about why, if, on the one hand, we're subsidizing an enterprise fund by putting money into it, are we at the same time transferring money out of it?
Right.
And that was, a good question.
You know,
Portion of
maybe,
salaries.
maybe if the comfort level and the enterprise funds are there, we don't have to do them in front of the budget anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe, originally, we were going to put them behind the budget, but then you'd have to do a motion to reconsider should one of them go down. So I think the first 2 years, because then we have a chance to amend the budget, which would be complicated. But if we're at a point where people are comfortable, I think do the budget first and do the enterprise funds later, then a lot of those questions don't happen. Because it's much easier, instead of saying, didn't we just vote that? And maybe that's a better way to do it.
So, Mr. Chair, I was actually going to put this under future items, but it was related to postmortem. We chatted earlier today, but I think the gentleman that asked the question when I was making the motion on one of the, I think it was the budget, on efficiencies.
Yes.
So I know Ask the Select Board has gone away.
No, it's still
It's still
alive and
alive?
well.
Oh, I thought it
got
had gone
questions.
away.
I know, I want it to,
Well, I
but
was going to be so bold as to.
still fielding answers.
If you remember, one of my responses to him was, we welcome ideas. So I was going to suggest and I'll work through Sarah, to create a efficiency suggestion box. And it would be certainly on paper for those that might want to fill it out and drop it in, but it would be on the web, and I'd be happy to start shepherding it for the first few weeks, months, first
But
years.
If I could jump in, when we talked, the idea was to automate the response, so
Right.
we're not doing
Right.
what you've been
No,
doing.
people, the goal would be telling people this is to help us find ways that they can see to be more efficient. They might see things, it's not to gripe, it's not to bitch, it's basically, because we'll reject those, but we will actually send them an automated response, thank you for your response, and we'll track them. We'll actually let everybody see what they're suggesting, so, and I'm willing to take that on.
good.
I think it's a great suggestion.
But maybe we should, that's perfect. I do think if we're going to keep the Ask the Select Board, because questions come in all the time, and sometimes there's short, discrete answers, and sometimes, like, we got one in about Ukraine and forming a sister city relationship. We haven't even touched it yet as an answer. But sometimes you do get ideas. We have a resident from Ukraine here in
Wow.
town
Oh.
anyway, it's a much more complicated thing, but I think what we owe someone who writes to us is a reply that their question has been
Exactly,
received.
totally.
Period. No matter what else we do.
Absolutely.
So,
And can't that be automated?
It
But
can,
I think it's
but
better
that's
not.
not good, because
Right.
that doesn't
good
really mean
customer
it's
service.
been looked at or digested or read. It just is an auto response, and I think people have seen enough of that they don't take those as, wow, they heard me, or they listened, whether they agree or not. We kind of want to feel that it has been passed around to the select board. We have heard your thank you. But again, I don't know, I haven't seen that many come into the Ask Select, because I know you handle them, thank you very much, all yourself, but I didn't know
I'm
the
happy
vol,
to
no, but I
rotate
didn't
the
know I
job.
didn't know the volume
Right.
that
I'm
is.
feeling it.
right,
I
right.
didn't know the volume that was coming in, so that's.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to rotate the job.
Any other postmortem thoughts?
The only thing I would say is, again, with the financial, and I take it to the point, the gentleman got up and said he really enjoyed the summary, and I think maybe that if we take a little time ahead of town meeting and go through the explanation, because I can see it personally for myself, being a participant in town meetings and now being behind
Yeah.
the table, that I was a little confused at the first time too. And it takes a little bit to get behind understanding how we do financials and how financials are done by municipal governments. So I think either having some time of working session, because I think if people feel I always feel people, if they feel they understand things, there's always going to be a more positive response. And if they feel they don't understand things, it can be just an auto reflection to a negative response. So.
When that fellow stood up and made the suggestion that people read the summary, which I thought was great.
Yeah, it was great.
It made me think that maybe we ought to just take the summary paragraph and make it bold, and so that it stands out from all the rest of the background.
Which is hard to do in what we're talking about, the
Yeah.
financials. On all the other points, I think it's it's
Projected
excellent
on
to
the
have.
screen behind.
Right.
And I know we'll do for future, I'll leave that to future agenda points.
Actually, there was a comment that I heard from multiple. It did come in not only through Ask the Select Board, but emails to me that I'm happy to share, that we didn't consider a daytime meeting for seniors who are not comfortable driving. So that if we did go back to a Saturday morning, whether it's inside or out, that more people who can't drive at night would attend. And we could still have childcare for families.
You know, it's.
I know,
six
you're
of one,
always
half
going
a
to
dozen
hurt
of the other.
somebody.
So, you know, the daytime meeting and the working people get excluded even on Saturdays because so many people work on
But-
Saturday.
yeah.
But, so my suggestion was going to be that, you know, we provide daycare for the children, for the young families. We could provide
Driving?
shuttle
Yeah.
service
Yes.
through the COA bus.
That's a great
Anybody that
idea.
wants to come and go, and I think we
And
could do
we've
that.
I think that's a great
That's a
idea.
We have
great
done
idea,
shuttle
actually.
service through the COA, and the only caveat was that they had to leave before the meeting was over. There was something that it was like at 9 o'clock was the return trip.
Yeah,
Maybe they had to do
but that's
again.
okay.
But Judy Wilson has done that.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe we ought to
should,
bring
I think
that
doing
back.
that, that's a great idea.
Yeah, good.
And I think they've got more than one bus.
Well, now we have obviously our own and our bigger bus,
Runner,
so that we
yeah.
have the ability to do that.
That's a great idea.
Great idea.
And I do want to, when you're talking about David, I wanted to compliment too, when that woman who was sitting in the back, I mean, and there was a little bit of an indication that our communication is somewhat still needing to improvement, but when she talked about being immunocompromised and David got her to go in the back room, it was just sort of telling us, number one, we didn't publish, or we didn't explain that back room well enough, but I thought David did really.
Actually, John Kanaga came up, and I said, yes, go tell David, and that was good. We tried to make that known when people requested, but because it was limited to 48 seats, if we made that the announcement, then once it filled up, then we couldn't accommodate the people who had the immunocompromised situation.
It
So
was, yeah.
we did the best we could to make sure that it was available upon request.
And I forgot to thank John Kanaga and of course, David Little.
Yeah. Okay, anything else for the postmortem? John?
I didn't have anything other than what we've talked about with the town meeting and stuff. I didn't have anything specific for tonight.
Liaison reports.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in quick, only because I do want to not forget it, and this is important. We had a site visit last Friday, Eversource representatives, a group of citizens, Meph and I were there. I did a quick recap after the meeting, response right back from Eversource. They agreed with my notes with a few tweaks. It's out to everyone. Today, we got confirmed that the signboard that's used, it's a fence, will be removed next Wednesday, set to be relocated at some other location in the future. But Eversource has agreed to plant 6 significantly taller cedars in a staged area by that area, and one of those 6 will be out by the closest part of the parking lot from the little chamber spot. Everyone seemed to be pleased. It's amazing what can happen when people talk to each other like it was. It was a great meeting, Meth.
It was.
It really was, and
Kudos to you, by the way.
well, I think what'll happen from this is, a commitment to have us scope the role of a working group. Eversource agreed to send a representative to that. We will move this forward into the next medium and longer term. So again, and from DPW, drawing a blank, but no, Tom sent
Sean?
No.
Dennis Hall. Yeah, he was great. He responded very quickly, and staff are right on
He's
it.
the assistant highway manager.
So,
And there was a long email chain that I tried to jump into today. That sign doesn't look like it's worth putting back in the
it's
ground.
tired. It's tired.
That's probably 15 years old when it was rebuilt,
Right.
so
So all we were really talking about was moving that sign kind of forward toward the road so that they would be able to plant behind it.
Yeah.
And, because that's, that's an important sign.
yeah, we only have 2 locations in town. The other one's in South Orleans on 28.
But that, I think a new structure ought to be put in, not in the ground, because that one isn't worth,
The Parks Department built that. That was a Paul Fulcher special years ago.
Yeah, but I wonder how it fits in with the wayfinding plan.
There we go. This could be the first to
Yeah,
use the.
I mean,
I don't
we
know
put
if
it
they
there because we didn't
commented.
really have any other location, and
Right.
remember, they used to put the signs all in the ground, and
Yeah.
it was really our way to organize the signage there, so we can figure out something.
So, good progress.
That's great.
if I could just add on this subject too, one of the things that was clear was that in terms of long-range screening, that there's a lot of other property there that is kind of been, cordoned off for the Chamber of Commerce building. And I think much more than they need, especially the lawn that somebody has to mow. And the idea of using that area for plantings, especially since it would get it closer to the road and therefore more effective as a screening, I think, is something, and the whole subject of that Chamber of Commerce building came up, and I think we should look at that too, because it looks like it's about to just collapse, by the way. I mean, it was, while we were there, the water department or the DPW showed up because there was water like coming out of the building, and
I think the meter, they were going to put the meter back in, and that's a tired building.
they've got, yellow tape all around the ramp.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
It's not, give them money as part of the 33 if they need to do maintenance on it, but the town doesn't own it, so we can't.
Well, we need to talk about that because,
Yeah.
even somebody tonight made the comment about the chamber being outside in the sort of.
Mark made it.
Mark did.
Mark made it. Let's
Oh, okay.
close the site and have us come downtown to
And
get
most of,
information.
and during the pandemic, they were downtown because they weren't opening the
Right.
visitor center, so.
That's right.
That might
2
be the
years like that.
location that you do it in.
Yes, at some point,
Yeah.
we should talk about that.
Just a point on MEF, if I may. Last time they had the chamber meeting, I think it was about 2.5 weeks ago, I was there, it was at the police station. We left the meeting and went right to that chamber building and looked around, and I reached out to John Kelly to just clarify one more time who owns it, who's insuring it, all that type of stuff, and that they're working on how to clean it up, if you will. It structurally looks pretty good, but it definitely needs some cosmetic, and I know that Lisa and Judy were working on that.
Are they going to is that going to be open this summer?
They're planning on it, yeah.
For the future, they had originally wanted to build their new center for the chamber at Depot Square.
Yes.
Perhaps a smaller visitor center at Depot Square.
Love it.
Which has parking and has.
It has the
Maybe
bike-
that's the
bike has the
future.
bike path. I was
Maybe
gonna
that's
say
the
that, yeah.
future.
We had that
People love the
depot
bike.
design,
That
right?
Kiosk, like you're talking about.
Keep that in the back of your minds, if they're
Right.
looking to replace that building because it's beyond its useful life and,
Okay.
maybe that's something they should look into.
And maybe in Depot Square, instead of building something, we could find ourselves a surplus caboose and stick it on some tracks.
I know.
Oh, that'd be
yeah.
cool.
No, actually, the design was
It was
the
gonna be-
original depot with restrooms on either side and the chamber office.
Couldn't get the funding to build it, though.
That's right.
It fell apart.
But now
Okay.
there are new grants.
New day.
So do we have any liaison reports?
I unbelievably have none. Did not have any meetings. The only one I wanted to mention, and I don't know if everybody heard it on the radio, but our own Gretel Norjo is Cape Codder of the Month.
No kidding.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
great.
so just a shout out to her. It's a nice thing to have one of our Orleans.
That's great. Who chooses that?
It's the radio station,
It's the
right?
radio station.
Yeah.
104, I think, or 7, the Ocean, whatever, yeah. They choose it, and for that month, which is this month of,
That's great.
Yeah, congratulations, Gretel. Anybody else? Anybody got a liaison?
I don't, it's too late.
And future agendas?
the only thing, and I think you guys talked about it a lot, is the financial, the CIP, and I'd love to see us work together with finance and really do a 15-year CIP, a 5-year, a 4-year out, conclusive of the next year that's actually budgeted, and then really looking out 10 years. And I strongly believe that we don't put zeros in the CIP. We come up with a formula of what we feel is the best projection, as we're seeing with wastewater here, and we either do it by square footage, by what we need, and show everybody what the formula is. Things will change. But putting a zero in, we're 100% off of what it is.
Right.
I'd rather be 10 or 15% off.
You mean TBD?
Yeah, I just think we're past that financially, and I don't see in real financial planning that people for capital, multi-million-dollar projects put in zeros or TBDs.
Well, the board has done that in the past because you don't want to misrepresent or understate
Understand.
the cost, and, because the first number they see is the number you promised.
Right.
I know, but we have to be able
I
to.
know,
Deal with it another
we
time.
just, there's
We'll
such,
keep talking.
such need for improving that.
I don't, if you don't have a number in there, how do you do what we talked about as being so important before, where you can level off the debt?
Do debt service,
You
you
know,
don't
the
have
debt
a
service is
projected
going down
number.
here, so now you can add something on there that levels off the tax rate and stuff. If there's no numbers there, how do you, you gotta have numbers to plan that, and so why not let the numbers be out
I
in
have
the
stuff for
public?
you to sign before you adjourn.
And just one thing, I know you've got Dave Dunford and Doug Fromm in a
Yeah,
future
talk to
agenda.
Molly, so we'll reschedule them, yes.
But Dave Dunford, I mean, there's stuff going on at the county commissioners realm that really is important.
Yeah, we'll schedule them. We'll see if we can bring them in June.
And so, yeah, it's as much for us to ask him to do
Sure.
stuff than for him to report to us.
I'm sure he could share some things.
Meth, also, if you haven't been noticed yet, I believe One Cape is the first Monday and Tuesday in August. It's the
Oh,
all-day
okay, good.
retreat.
Yep.
And the select boards are invited to participate, select board members.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Last year, that's a really good
Yeah.
conference.
Well, speaking of
You
financial,
spoke at it last year, didn't you?
At La Quasset, it's August,
One
August
day.
1st and 2nd.
yeah,
First
the first Monday and
Friday and
Tuesday.
Saturday?
Oh, and so next week we reorganize.
So send Meth your comments, right?
Election day next Tuesday, folks.
Vote.
Yes, vote next
Vote next
Tuesday,
Tuesday.
please.
Oh, yeah.
Not just for the candidates, but also, of course, we have
All
a
the
lot of
ballots.
very
Ballot
important
questions.
ballot questions. that I hopefully-
Mr. Chair, I move we adjourn.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.